Yep.
I've got 9 o'clock. We'll go ahead and call this budget hearing into order, and I'll ask everyone to please stand. We'll ask Commissioner Crutchfield if he'll lead us with the word of prayer and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance immediately afterward.
Lord, I want to thank you for this day. Thank you for the county and for leading and guide us through the budget hearing and help us make good decisions for the county. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome everyone to this morning's budget hearing. We've got, as part of the 9 o'clock session, we've got Ms. Murdoch, we've got Rebecca Morris-Hayde, then we've got Sheriff Edenfield, and then we also have a budget presentation by the Early Learning Coalition. I guess we've got Miss Gage and Miss Valdez here as well. Okay. With that being said, Mary Carol, go ahead.
All right.
Good morning.
As you know, good morning to each one of you. As you know, the state services that we provide, we have to have those fees in order to operate. And we present our budget to the Department of Revenue for approval, and we're going to send it off probably today. It's ready to go. And I'm expected to manage my office on those fees that we earn. However, if the budget based on this year's projections and last year's earnings falls short in providing the needed requests, then you are required to fund the deficit, as in Florida Statute 145. The rest of the story is this, is if we are efficient in handling our money and we make the money that is needed and we have money left over, then we are mandated to give that back to you. So in this case, this year, you got it there in front of you. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. But we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. I assume everyone's had a chance to look over the handouts.
Yeah, I do have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Peacock.
Mary Carol, the official salary increase is 19.66%.
Right, and that was for Florida statute. That came through the legislation this year.
Okay. So your advertising fees went up.
Correct. I'm assuming you have this paid for that. We paid what we promised to pay. As the board, I mean, the newspaper got the rest of it from you.
So this is based upon this year's advertising and delinquent taxes.
But it's not gonna go any lower.
Don't anticipate it going down.
But now this coming year, you can use another source.
Yeah. Whatever you decide,
But what I'm saying is you've been alternating it.
Right.
what's happened.
Well, we got 2 now that we're using. Didn't they pass a bill about advertising a couple of years ago? Something to the effect, I don't know if the taxes, but a lot of the legal advertising, I think you could do online. And I'm wondering if the delinquent taxes would fall in there.
If we are equipped through the county website, but as I understand now, we're not equipped to do that.
Part of that has to go with broadband.
Has to be the
Right.
There yet.
Basically, a lot of our population would not have access to those,
There would have to be a hearing also.
Sure.
Probably to determine who we're eligible that way too, but we have to have that property readily available.
yeah, Mary Carol, the printing costs went up quite a bit as well, printing and binding. This is line item 47.
We changed printing for our tax bills. We've been having some problems with the vendor that we've used for years and years, and so we made a change in our vendor for our tax bills.
But on the same hand,
Yes.
the line item 3151 decreased, because what we did was we pulled that portion of the contract out separately.
Mm-hmm.
So it decreased, and I just put it on the line with printing instead of in our IT contract. So,
I see it on the revenue side, the general tax roll commission continue to increase.
That's, yeah,
Yeah,
that's, mainly because of the millage rate going up.
yeah, and that's a good trend.
And, a lot of our fees are down from the state agencies that we are mandated to do, such as driver's license. A lot of our fees are down. Even hunting and fishing, people are going online. We get hunting and fishing.
Where are you on the upgrading security? What's the latest? I mean, we talked about it a few months ago.
That's something we're gonna cover during budget. It's talking about the options.
What is it, this budget?
I'm sure it is, but I'm not prepared to discuss that right now.
Okay.
The driver's license didn't do the same, can't you? Or they send out a thing you can mail in back to Tallahassee instead of going to your office. Yeah.
Concealed weapons, so the new law that we looked at last year, people are just thinking they don't have to. They're not coming in to renew.
Yeah.
Are not a whole lot of new applications.
Yeah.
It's so sad to see our numbers go down
Yeah.
like they are. And really our driver's license, I can see where we're gonna have to have some security in the future. Of course, we would love to be together, and y'all heard me make this statement before. We need to be together with driver's licenses out there alone. We're the front face of the illegals coming into Florida, into the United States. They learn of a little bitty office in Jackson County, and they come in. We have seen cheating on tests. We've had all the sheriff's office to come out, and they did take one away. But a lot of false documents that they're trying to push through, and it's just something we're gonna have to deal with in the future, but it's not in this budget. But
Right.
I can see in the future that happening.
I know that there has been some discussion about the old Coca-Cola Sheriff's Office as being potentially a place where you could go. I think that there's some potential for that. Do you think that that would potentially help with some of that?
If we can be together with driver's license, that would help us.
The current status is we authorized our new architectural firm, which is DAG, to do a concept plan of if we were to move property appraiser and tax collector into that building, what
layout would that
look like. It was a pretty minimal cost to let them do that, so we authorized that.
Which office is that? The Panama City office that's working on that, do you know?
So
Okay.
What about moving into the old school?
there is no date for them to move from that building currently, so
What was that question?
the
On the hill,
alternative
the school.
school
Alternative
at
school
Endeavor.
is 55,000 square feet. But, and I think it's got like 4 or 5 wings.
We've renovated that building a couple of times. There's a center portion of it, and then it's got,
Yeah,
like you say, almost like spokes on a wheel,
Yeah.
kind of coming off of it. Been a while since I've been in there, but
I thought the school board was gonna maintain.
That's ours. It's just a matter of them moving out.
Well,
They were supposed to have been out 2 years ago.
their intent, as I understood it, was to relocate that to the Riverside campus, and that's currently on hold. Well, we have a school board member here, he could probably tell you better than I could, but I don't know any dates that they're planning to vacate at this point.
What I
Okay, any other questions concerning the budget request for the tax collector's office? Mr. McKinney, anything? Mr. Crutchfield? Mr. Branch? Anything else?
Not anymore.
Okay. Mary Carroll, Donna, we certainly appreciate it. Absolutely. This letter, I just signed this letter. What happens to it? Okay, I don't see Rebecca here, so Sheriff Edenfield, if you don't mind. Good morning.
What grandkids do to you.
Yeah.
It makes it more bearable though.
Yes.
Sheriff, you just want to kind of go through this with us?
Yes, sir. Our operations from last year's budget to this year's budget request, the only increase was for auto insurance, and around 15,000 was the number. And as far as capital outlay goes, it was 50,000 put in place for IT replacement. We've when I took office, our IT was not in a really good place, and we were able to use some funds, some of those government funds, code money to get us in a better place. But moving forward, our plan is to have a plan so we don't get to a point where it takes $800,000 to get us right. So that's where that came from. And the only other increase was in salaries. I proposed the same raise other county employees are getting first.
Okay. And the IT, that's is what you just talked about, the $50,000 for capital. That's just basically upgrades,
Servers and equipment.
just to try to keep them.
Yeah,
like
right.
you
'Cause
say.
everything we do touches IT. I think, even you guys have something similar in place.
All right.
You have to field any questions.
Questions going through this? Yes, motor fuels, I mean, as far as gas costs, that's kind of stabilized now and feel pretty comfortable with that,
Yes, sir.
number.
I hope it comes down.
Did y'all ever get a drone?
Yes, sir.
But you're still using the helicopter too, right?
Correct.
Approximately how many leased vehicles do you have?
We don't have any leases.
Don't have any lease.
We have in 2022, the summer, you guys give us 200,000 a year for purchase of vehicles. In 2022, we were able to get 14 2022 Tahoes outfitted through the Florida Sheriff's Association's program they started. So basically, we've been using that 200,000 to pay the annual payment. And we will own them come June of next year. So a year from now, they'll be ours. The difference between this program and the one through the rental companies is we don't have to buy the cars at the end, they're ours. They just give us the titles.
Yeah.
We do a lot of, we have sheriffs that are able to donate vehicles. And we also try to buy cars, when we have any money left over from other bigger agencies, because some agencies, they'll run a car for 2 years and then they'll trade it to keep new stuff. And we step in sometimes and are able to get, a couple-year-old vehicle at a deal. Because $200,000 doesn't begin to touch.
Right.
70 vehicles.
Right.
Sheriff, where are you with the plans for the new sheriff's office building? Can you give us just an update? It's kind of off.
So we're going back and forth with, the firm out of Tallahassee,
CRA.
with the drawings, in order to come in under budget. And, a lot of people say, hey, you can't build this for that or that for this, but we're gonna build what we can build with what we have. That's just common sense there. But they've sent them back and forth. They actually came and visited our facility about a week ago to look at our evidence and to determine how much space we would need for that. And then, of course, the county is working closely with us on keeping things moving forward, and the environmental studies on the property seems to be going well. I think within 6 months, you'll see some movement on the property.
When you say that, potentially shovels,
Yes, sir.
shovel ready and ready
Yes,
to
sir.
maybe start bidding it.
Yeah,
Any idea what size building you're going to build?
and it's coming in probably around 19,000, maybe a little more, the main office. It's not a half acre. It's that wide.
So far, all of the environmental survey work, environmental's being done,
Seems to be
survey,
moving along well.
the topographic survey been completed, or is it in the process of being done? Geotech?
I'm not sure
Okay.
at what level they are. Major Birch. Major Birch has been tasked with sort of overseeing it and keeping the hand on it day to day, and he can tell you exactly probably what has and hasn't.
We get asked all, I
Yeah, yeah.
say, I assume that other
We don't-
commissioners
we
do,
don't
I
think
get
we're
asked
not.
all the time.
Sure, so, based on the last couple of meetings, we authorized for them to move forward with her, ordering the survey. I don't know if they've actually done it, but that's one of the next steps.
The actual topographic boundary survey,
Yes,
any geotech work been done as of yet? Soil borings,
I don't think they've actually done the bore samples. Again, that was part of it.
typically that would be done maybe after a good survey's been done, the building's been located, whatever improvements on the site have been kind of, figured out where all those buildings are gonna go so that you can do the soil borings close to where the buildings are gonna be or within the building footprint, so.
Yes, sir. Yeah, CRA, they seem to have a really good idea of kind of where the building is gonna sit on the site based on some preliminaries. I think what they're waiting on is just getting that last draft. It has changed in shape just a little bit, but overall, we're pretty close to have a final.
Would
design.
it be beneficial to have maybe some representative, I don't know which one of the Rutherfords is working on this, but whoever the project architect is to come and give us just a kind of a project update?
Yeah, I think it'd be a great idea. I think what we're really waiting on is once we're real comfortable with what the building is gonna look like on the interior and actually have the elevations to be able to show that to the county as a whole, to show them what their new sheriff's office is gonna look like.
Very good. You speak up.
Did the deputies get a pay raise this year?
Did deputies,
2020, I proposed one. You're talking about in the moving forward?
Did the state give them a pay raise? I thought they got one, what was it, last year? But not,
Not
did
this year.
this, but the state's going to fund that pay raise this year, right?
No,
They're funding the same exact amount that they did last year. So it didn't change.
So we get the same amount. Okay.
so if I can. So, the way this grant came about with the salaries. You had a number of sheriffs that was below the state average and the bigger sheriff's offices. So a few sheriffs and myself got together and brainstormed, and the end result was, the Senate President at the time, Woodson Simpson, says, what would it take to get you guys at a salary to comparable to the state salaries in your area, like your state troopers, FDLE, that kind of thing. And so we were able to get the funding, which you guys, correctional officers at the jail, are recipients as well. But the mindset behind that was to get the smaller, the rural counties, physically constrained counties up to that level, and then you guys maintain it. They're not gonna come in here every year or 2 years and give us raises on that. That's not what it was there for. Their mindset was, we're gonna get you to this level playing field, if you will, and it'll be up to your board to keep you there. So as you move forward, if we don't stay with that, like you guys haven't funded a raise for deputies in 3 years. And if we keep moving forward and we don't, then 5 years from now, you're in the same boat. Like right now, a state correctional officer starts out at 55,000. That's about 8,500 more than your correctional officers at your jail. A couple years ago, you were close. A couple years from now, they'll be at 60 or 65. And if we don't compete with that, it will be almost impossible to keep health, especially good health. So
What, is there some sort of scale in there for increasing the salary of deputies?
scale as in,
Scale for the deputies or the DOC people? Are they on a scale that every year they're gonna go up 5 or 10%?
you mean statewide?
Yeah,
It's just according to what the legislators decide. I think, is it 3% or 5%? It was a 5% this year. And I know that's difficult for physically constrained counties to keep up with it, but we got to do our best to try to stay as close as we can. I don't think anybody will ever expect us to pay what, Pinellas or Brevard or Hillsborough pays, but you better pay what Washington and Holmes and Gaston pays, or Bay and Leon, or else you'll lose your health.
Becomes a turnover issue.
Right.
your increase of what? 36,550, that's mandated by the Senate.
Yes, sir. My salary, yes, sir. That's set by state law.
Okay. Ms. Daniels, I thought you, in your budget, y'all did not figure the deputies a pay raise, the 1650.
So we always include the constitutionals in the budget just as they present it. So whatever they ask, we include it, and then you all discuss it from there. Whereas with staff, we don't include their requests, on the front end, you have to add those in. So the deputies are included in this budget,
You're projecting them getting 1650.
yes,
Okay.
but I mean, that's still something you all have
Oh,
to
that's all.
officially decide. It's the correctional officers and fire rescue that are not included in this budget for a raise that y'all will need to decide as well.
Sheriff, what's driving the contract services number on this, contract services?
The biggest piece that's in contracted services is Inspired Technologies, which is our IT consultant, and
Okay.
does all of our IT work.
How's Pro Phoenix working?
Like a dream.
For
Thanks
you?
to that $800,000 you gave me 2 years ago to fix my infrastructure, my IT, you get the credit for that. It works.
Good. I see the, yeah, sorry, never mind. Okay, any other questions? Commissioner McKinney? Mr. Crutchfield, anything? Mr. Peacock? Mr. Branch? Okay,
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
For your time.
Thanks, sir.
okay. Next, still don't see Rebecca, Miss Haid here yet, so if it's okay, we'll skip down to the Early Learning Coalition. Which one of you ladies wants to speak? Both of you can come up, and if you would introduce yourselves.
Thank you all so much for allowing us to come here and answer any questions that you might have. My name is Susan Gage. I'm the executive director of the Seven counties in Florida.
Seven.
Yes, sir. They help Springfield, Washington, Jackson. So when I hear you talk about their challenges and concerns and keeping up with what goes on in the state of Florida and our surrounding counties, I understand very, very personally the situations that you find yourself.
Well, I think this is the first time that we've had a request from your organization. So before we made any decisions, kind of wanted to hear a little bit more about your organization, what your mission is, what you do in our area, and that'll help us, I think, provide enough information that we can make a decision on that.
Absolutely, and I encourage you, if you have questions at any point in time, please stop me. This is something that I'm very comfortable with, so I might throw some acronyms out. Our purpose is to grow healthy children, parents, and the relationship between them, and to ensure that all children have access to high quality early learning experiences so that they are prepared for kindergarten when they enter your public school.
So this is aimed at children prior to
Yes.
kindergarten.
Birth to 5 primarily, but our school readiness program covers children. So you might not know us per se, but you probably know our primary grant funded service that we do, which is school readiness, which is commonly known as subsidized childcare. So families who are working or going to school at least 20 hours on their weekly schedule qualify for subsidized childcare, and we pay a portion of their childcare. We pay that directly to the childcare provider, doesn't go through the family. And the family is then assigned a code on a sliding fee scale based on the family size and the income. The second program that we administer is the voluntary pre-kindergarten program. And that is a state-funded program that's available for any 4-year-old in the state of Florida. And in Jackson County, that's run through both the school districts. So there are some school-based voluntary pre-kindergarten classrooms, and also through private childcare providers. You have about 9 programs that offer VPK that are not school-based side. Then we have a series of programming where we're working with communities to reach children and families who are not in any type of formal childcare, because we believe a parent has a choice. And some families believe that they don't need childcare, they want to have their child with them or with their grandmother or aunt, uncles, whoever the case might be. And we do very strategic and intensive programming to help those families have the resources that they need so that they can educate their child the way they see fit, but that they're familiar with what is expected of a child when they reach kindergarten. So that child then doesn't come into the public school system and is remarkably behind those other children who have participated in VPK.
Are those resources typically printed materials, or are they personnel? Both.
All kinds of different strategies. What we really try to do is an intensive look at the county, at the neighborhoods, at the areas to see where their children who are coming into kindergarten come in ready, and what are some of those deficit areas. So we might have conversations with the local schools, with the district, to find out, hey, if we could help in some shape or form or fashion, what would you like to see? Then we also do our own agencies, community needs assessment to find out what the children are willing to do. And then we've been doing this for about 20 years, so we kind of have an idea of what is available. So we don't want to assume that what's going to work in Bay County and 32405 is going to work in Jackson County or in Chipley, right? That's just not the same. So it's really looking at the community, seeing what kind of resources, what kind of appetite the families that are make up that community have, and how can we meet those needs. Always with the goal of making sure and working towards that child being ready for kindergarten. We also have another program that we offer called Help Me Grow, which is a developmental screening program. We want to ensure that children are identified early because we know that research shows the earlier you can identify a child with a potential delay and start working with that child and that family, the more likely that child is to be able to more quickly get on track so that they can enter kindergarten ready and just do as brilliant things as possible in the third grade. State of Florida, and I know you know this because you have reports and you work with people at the district. The state of Florida pays a lot of attention to third grade reading scores.
To what?
Third grade reading
Yeah,
scores. And if the child isn't reading on grade level in third grade, the likelihood of that child catching up by the time they graduate, if they graduate, is almost really low, slim to none. So there's a lot of emphasis. And now you're seeing the state of Florida look at kindergarten readiness scores. So if I tell you, and this is no surprise, that if they can look at third grade readiness scores or reading scores, they can predict the number of prison beds they're going to need in the future. They are dropping that down to kindergarten readiness. They can tell you if a child is ready for kindergarten, how quick or what kind of remediation is going to have to happen between kindergarten before they get to third grade, and also use that information for predicting prison beds. And it's really sad to think that we can look at a child at kindergarten and say, if things don't change, you're on a trajectory that is probably not going to be successful. But it's statistically proven, and whether it's developmentally appropriate or not, we can argue that one a little bit later. But that is what we're looking at. And in our 7 counties that we serve, again, no surprise to y'all, we don't have the best kindergarten readiness ratings. Children who do not attend a VPK program are about 38% likely to be prepared for kindergarten. So you've got 67% of the kids that are not ready for kindergarten. So when they enter those doors, it's not good. It's not good. And their families might or might not be engaged. And that's a lot of work to put on the district and the teachers because they have a lot that they already have to deal with. For kindergarten readiness for children who attend a VPK program, you're looking at almost 51%. So it's not super huge, but it's better. And we can work to make it better by working with families in these innovative community programs that Tammy and her team are responsible for, by working with childcare providers to ensure that they have the resources that they need to offer VPK and make sure that their teachers and their staff are trained in the most appropriate and up-to-date techniques to get children ready, as well as working with the district to help them in areas that they don't have the resources to do, should they choose to want to.
Well, that's gonna be one of my questions. How are you engaging with the pre-Ks and daycare learning centers and all?
The standards are with
Just with the overall?
With the childcare centers, because we administer the readiness and VPK program, we have very good relationships with childcare centers in Jackson County. Districts, we don't have oversight or anything other than are they administering their voluntary pre-kindergarten according to the guidelines that work in the state contract. But we are always working to develop a working relationship with our districts, because we're not coming in to tell them how to do it. We're coming in here to say, this is what we can do to help. Are you engaged? Do you want to be engaged? Are you interested in working with us? I don't pretend to know how my 7 superintendents see the future, and I have different relationships with each of my 7 districts. However, am very interested in looking in with my counties that have lower readiness rates, because if I have $1, I want to make sure I'm investing that dollar in the place where the gains can be greatest and the needs might be more and their resources might be lesser than their areas.
What are the requirements for a family to enroll their child in your program?
Sure. Right now, a family can go online, fill out the application. They have to be at 150% or less of the federal poverty rate based on their their annual salary based on the size of their family, and they have to be working.
So they do have to be
Yes,
working.
sir. This is not
Uh,
a final program, it is one that you earn the right.
Have you requested some money from the school board? Because this sounds more like an educational type program than county commission.
We have not requested funding from the school boards historically. You can always look and see if that's a viability, but I'm very sensitive to.
They get more money than we do.
Absolutely, and we ask for 0.5% of the total dollars that we put into the county from the previous year, because we're still working on our budget for this year. And for a rural county, can I call Jackson a rural county? Okay.
We're not rural.
Well,
Proudly.
We're agrarian.
Agrarian, okay, for an agrarian, for a community that has as many different requests as you guys have, I realize that 0.5% is a pretty hefty number, but that's the solid ask I'm asking of all 7 counties. Franklin County, that number might be $5,000. Fayette County, that number is a heck of a lot larger. And it's not because I want to, or I don't want to look at you and say, if you don't invest that amount of money, things are gonna go to heck in a handbasket for early learning. That is not the case. As a matter of fact, I want you to know when I walk away from here, that we have a budget increase for placing children in school readiness. That is the largest budget we've ever had for those particular services. What I'm asking for is, will the county consider funding at some level, the programming that we know we need to do with those families, as a part of just showing families that Jackson County believes in family and in its youngest citizens.
How long has your organization been in place?
Sure, we've been here since 2005.
Okay.
And I say here in our 7 counties. After Hurricane Michael, I moved to our corporate office from Dade County to Jackson County. So we've been here since 20.
How many families in Jackson County do y'all?
I'm gonna give you the exact number of families we have, 509 for 22, 23.
509 families?
That's how many students? No, approximately how many students is it?
Students, 917.
Almost 2 per family. Almost 2 per family.
So do you physically go into the house?
That's, we did not.
They have to come to you in order to
We
get
would
this?
usually, can we?
So we've just actually done an assessment, a community assessment, so we know where families are going and where they trust and they feel comfortable going. So my team, I do special programs, so this friends, family, and neighbors care is something that we focus on. We'll definitely be in places that we know families are comfortable coming to. According to the survey, it's parks and it's libraries. Library programming is very successful. That's where families are wanting, they're asking for the services, they want help. Susan had said, I just wrote something down. So being ready for kindergarten isn't just ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. Everybody, they're learning that, but they also need to know how to open up their lunchbox. They need to know how to use the restroom. They need to know how to sit in a seat. And it's not, so I actually graduated from high school in Marianna, Florida, so I have a little bit of connection here still. I have nieces and nephews that are raising children, and they don't know these basics that are going to help their children be successful, and how it turns into a community, not issue, but a community desire is to want your children to graduate from high school, so that your sheriff isn't asking for extra beds and extra money for his staff. It's for future workforce. If the children graduate from high school, they're going to be strong employees. And there's not a community out there that doesn't need strong employees. And there's definitely a couple areas in Jackson that could use additional services that we can provide.
As far as the child care services that you provide funding for, are those, I would assume they're all local child care businesses? Is there a certification program or that you have to go through to be qualified to accept those?
Department of Children and Family to licensed centers. We do not do licensing. So if you think of DCF requirements as the floor, if you will, you have to do this in order to be a childcare program, whether you're a family childcare home or a childcare center. And then you have school readiness and voluntary pre-kindergarten, you lay that on top, which will be additional requirements and thresholds and educational requirements for teachers and things of that nature. So.
Okay, very good. Okay, any other questions, Commissioner McKinney?
No.
Mr. Crutchfield, Mr. Peacock, Mr. Branch? We'll, as you know, we'll take this request under advisement. We've got to look at it holistically within the entire budgetary picture. We'll certainly appreciate you coming and providing the information that you do. It's very helpful. I will say full disclosure, we've got one of our school board members that is sitting right there, Mr. Pumphrey. So just wanted to be aware of that. As you know, the coordination with our school board is imperative and critical as far as the programs that you provide. But we appreciate the information, and we'll certainly let you know something very soon.
Appreciate the opportunity. If you ever answer any questions for any of your areas, then please don't hesitate to reach out to them.
Oh, one other thing I did want to say. We don't have libraries scattered all over Jackson County.
No, sir.
No,
Grand Ridge doesn't have one, Sneads doesn't have one, neither does Malone, so. You have to go somewhere other than libraries.
right, and I think with the survey, it was a very it was a very well received, well taken survey. If there's not that in place, we did notice the uptick in parents and families using parks and taking their children to parks. So it'd be anything we do, it has to be very individualized to that particular community.
And Commissioner Peacock, I hear what you're saying. In our areas that have the greater needs might not have the resources that other areas have. And that's why the approach at what does the small community need. And sometimes that's in a faith-based setting, which we have worked with before. Sometimes it's at a city park under the pavilion or an area park. Sometimes it's Bobby Creek because that's where the families are on Saturdays. We go where the families are going to be with their children, where the families want to. We're not trying to force anyone in there. We're trying to share with them what their child is going to be.
Last October, we literally rented 2 or 3 vans and we did what we called our world tour, but went to housing developments and Section 8 housing communities and actually just opened up our doors to the vans and tried to give the families the information, tools, contacts, anything we could do to help them with their children to be successful.
Good, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we've got, I don't know if Rebecca is planning on attending this morning. We do have a Millpond update scheduled for 10 o'clock. Is Derek planning on being here as far as you know? You'll be online, okay?
Hey, I got a question,
Sure.
Tony. What do y'all do for pre-K, something similar to this? Do y'all have anything?
We do, but I prefer you call the rebate, the pre-K director, she probably makes you.
Well, I don't know who it is and I don't have the phone number. So I can't call. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, so.
He's leaving anyway.
Go ahead and we'll adjourn this meeting for 5 minutes and we'll come back into session at 10:50.
Didn't stop it last time?
But this is.
No.
Okay. I'm done with she's.
I'll have separate.
You come last year, didn't you?
She's not come since I've been here. I don't believe.
I mean, truth.
Par for the course.
I'll be right back.
Why don't we decide on the side?
Well, Ann, how much was the request for early learning coalition?
Yeah.
Was it, I couldn't.
Or was it more than that?
I
Hold
couldn't
on,
remember.
I'll tell you. I don't know why I'm
I thought you just did like.
acting like I don't know. I think it was higher than that.
I thought it was 25.
I think you're right. Director, I'm not sure what her title is. She's over all of the agents, all of the Dougs in this area, in this region. Are asking for the board to consider increasing their portion of the university employees that work at IFAS.
Right.
Because of they did some kind of study and they did an adjustment on their side and they're asking the counties to do the same on their side.
Is that built into the budget?
Mm-mm.
What kind of impact would that be? Is it? We'll get
It
into
was,
that.
it would be a $7,875 increase for the county. This is it was a compression study that they did.
Trying to keep them compressing salaries.
Right.
Go. Ready? I've got 9:50. We'll go ahead and call this budget hearing back to order. While we're waiting on Derek, we've got about 10 minutes. Do you want to, talk about the Chrome memorandum of understanding?
Yes, so there is in your packet, we just need to update that paperwork. So, what happened is the original cottage that they were going to start with was the one right next to Next Step when facing the road. Well, it turns out that was included in the new market tax credit area for whatever reason. Like they draw a boundary basically, and they say this is the new market tax credit area. So while we could get that relief, that would cost money and time. So instead, Chrome just picked the next cottage that they would be okay with. And so the MOU reflects the updated cottage. And then also, so we just need this is something you've already approved. This is updating it though to be a different cottage.
Yeah.
And
How much land goes with the cottage?
1 acre. And then also in the updated resolution, again, all of this is just correcting to make sure it's reflecting the correct cottage. Right. So we need you to approve the sale, the purchase sale contract and the resolution.
So on this survey, it looks like it shows the 3 cottages. Which one is it?
It's parcel 2.
Parcel 2?
It's more
Okay.
commonly known as Robinson Cottage. It went from Bethune Cottage to Robinson College.
Got it.
So
Cottage.
what are we gonna do with that thing?
Nothing for right now until it's released from the new market tax credit
How
So
long will that be?
it will be released anyway
in 2028.
in 28.
We just wait to twenty
There
twenty-eight?
is a way to get it released if something came up.
Right.
It was just, we didn't want to spend the money and the time when they could pick a different cottage.
That we're fine.
We could do something
that.
with it.
To me, actually, moving a little bit further away might not be a bad idea. And all of those cottages were in about the same shape. From a construction standpoint and the standpoint of what needed to be done, they were all about the same.
And just as an FYI, the second cottage, he has a investor that is ready. That'll be coming before y'all, there was 3 coming.
Parcel 3,
I make a motion, we approve this request.
parcel 2 is the one that we're talking about.
Yes,
Is parcel 3 the one that,
probably, but we'll also have to come up with a 3rd cottage since the one on the road is out now. That's not reflected on that survey.
I make a motion that we approve the request to modify the sales agreement.
so that you're approved, not only the memorandum of understanding, but also
All
the
of it.
resolution.
Yes.
Okay, got a motion from Commissioner Peacock to approve the memorandum of understanding and the resolution. Do we need to read that by title?
I don't think so.
Okay. Would
I
that
I
be in-
can if you'd like me to.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Jackson County, Florida, authorizing the sale of surplus property located within Endeavor Park for economic development purposes.
Thank you. Got a motion from Commissioner Peacock. Second from Commissioner Branch. Any questions? Comments? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please signify by raising the right hand. All opposed, same sign. That motion carries unanimously. We still got a couple of minutes. You want to, I asked a question about the IFA salary discussion. You want to kind of,
Yes, so in, I guess it probably was January. I can't believe it's been that long, but I was visited by sometime in the new year by Doug Mayo and his direct supervisor. I'm not recalling her name, but she's in Chipley is where she works out of, but she travels a lot because she's over all of the directors, all of the agents in this region. Anyway, she notified me that the university had done a salary compensation study because there was, like we've all experienced at different times, they had done some things that created some compression with their more tenured employees. And so anyway, after a study to try to fix that, what they are proposing is that for Doug Mayo, Ethan Carter, Terry Keith, and Abby Payne, who are all of our shared employees with the university, so we pay 40% of all of their salaries. University pays 60%. The university is going to be that the total adjustment to all four of those was $25,807. Our portion would be $7,875. I believe they've already received the university's portion. We're not required to do it, but they are asking that you all consider adjusting as well, to come into compliance with the state.
This would be about a little over $7,000 per, it's not built into the budget as of yet.
Correct, and you. Okay, so it does not include retirement or taxes. This was just the salary portion.
So overall, it probably would be closer to $10,000 or $11,000 as far as the impact on our budget.
That's, I would say, yes, I'm saying.
Are there other employees out there that's experiencing compression?
I mean,
I have been told there is.
When you say other employees, county
Employees
employees,
at-
county employees?
At IFAS.
the other employees are just true county employees like the rest of us. And of course, they all received over the years when we did our longevity. And so I feel for the most part, we've done a pretty good job of getting that separation in between tenured, and newer staff.
So these four employees that you spoke of, those are employed both by us and by IFAS. Those are the only
Yeah,
ones that
They're really University of Florida employees, totally.
But we share
we share the,
We pay 40% of their salary to have the benefit of them being in Jackson County.
but the other employees that you're speaking of are within what?
Well, I was told that they were in the same boat, but I don't see the name.
They are county employees that we provide for support staff. And I mean, honestly, I can't speak to that at all, but you would be opening up the entire rest of the county to even look at that in particular, when I feel that we have addressed that with longevity and some of the other things that we.
How many employees are you looking at? I mean,
There's,
I've only heard of one.
3 or 4 straight county employees in that building, I mean, in that department.
yeah, by doing.
But they have gotten,
Go ahead.
they've gotten the pay raises that we give out, right?
As
these other employees?
How we have done that is we give it them the 40%. So if you all gave whatever, we gave 40% of what you gave to all the other employees to the University of Florida staff.
Ms. Williams, maybe you can answer this question about the 80% that Mr. Ethan Carter is getting from the state. Why come the other employees not getting 80%?
He is, for whatever reason, that particular position, they pay 80% of his salary and we pay 20%. Whereas on the others, it's a 60-40, and I don't know the history of why. It may have just been that. I don't know the history of why we only have to pay 20 for him.
That's the way it's set up.
The 3 or 4 employees that are ours, support staff. Why would we treat them different than other employees?
We're not. We're treating them
You
the
said they,
same.
we only give 40%.
No, to these.
That's for them
Just to these.
Oh, these, but,
Right.
but the others that are ours, they are moving up.
They got what every other county employee got. If
Okay.
they had been here 20 years, they got on that longevity plan, they got, what they would have qualified for.
They're treated
100%.
just like every other county
Yes.
employee.
They've got to move up to be at $15 next year, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Is that, do we need to, we won't need to take any action on this other than give you some direction?
Yeah, I mean,
So that we
if
can
you feel ready or you can think on it, and we can circle back around, whatever y'all like to do.
I think we need to,
I think we need to do it.
I don't think we have a choice.
Well, we do have a choice.
You have a choice. It is not something they can impose on you, because it's their study, it's their, but
We don't want, I mean, we work with all of these people and they work for us.
Right.
We don't want wage compression.
I mean, you're talking about, again, a $10,000 to $12,000 impact on the overall. I think we need to do it.
Well, let me ask, the 1650 that you're proposing, would these four get that?
It's built into the budget for them to get whatever percentage they're built in here. So if it's 40%, they get 40%. If it's 20%, they get 20% of it. It's built into the budget now that they get whatever.
No, we're fixing to give, or when we talk about giving all of our employees $16.50. Would these four people here get that?
Well, that would be for y'all to decide.
Yes.
Right now, it's built
If-
in at
It's
16.
built in because this isn't built in,
Okay,
but you have
Alright.
a choice on how you do that.
all right,
Take it.
all right.
Right now, they're gonna get like, Mr. Carter would get 20% of that 1650.
Yes.
And that's built into the budget?
Yes.
Are they going to all be at the minimum wage, $15 an hour?
These people,
Yeah,
oh, these are making much more than 13.
well,
Yeah.
gotta ask the question, because I don't know.
Yeah, these are well compensated positions, but they're also required master's degrees and, I mean, they are professional positions.
Mr.
You're not
Chairman,
impacted by the minimum wage.
I make a motion that we go ahead and fund, this request,
Okay.
so they don't suffer wage compression.
Got a motion from Commissioner Peacock and a second from Commissioner Branch to fund the request from IFAS. Any other questions?
I have a question real quick, I'm sorry. Are we going to give them this amount? Plus the percentage of the 1650, or are we just going with this amount?
I would say it's just this amount,
I just want to clarify.
because that way we're treating them almost as a separate category of employee. Is that your understanding? And
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please signify by raising the right hand. All opposed, same sign. That motion carries unanimously. Okay, you want to see, Derek, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How you doing today?
Good morning. I'm good. Thank you for having me. Sorry, I had a Monday and forgot where I was supposed to be.
Well, you're good. You're here with us right now, and it's only 2 minutes after 10, so we're in good shape. Derek, I asked at one of our last meetings if we could get you to come share with us kind of where we've been recently, what you feel like the progress is being made. The progress is on the hydrilla, the battle with the hydrilla on the Millpond. Can you just kind of give us an update? And then I thought we might have an opportunity to ask you some questions. And based on what your report is, we may want to discuss some different options moving forward.
Okay. So as everybody knows, we started this battle with the hydrilla back in 2023, 22. We've done several different treatments, airboat applications of aquathol. We've done drip applications in conjunction with the University of Florida and Army Corps of Engineers. Earlier this spring, our growing season seems to start earlier and earlier each year. So I noticed the hydrilla was growing rapidly in the lower half of the Millpond. The upper half was looking good after our drip treatment applications. So I moved some of my monies around, got some Procellacor, and we tried an application March 12th. We treated 50 acres within the cypress to the edge of the Millpond from the Hunter Fish Camp down until they had run out of that 50-acre treatment. University of Florida monitored that application for me. It looked really good all the way down to the dam. So we impacted a much greater area than the 50 acres that was actually treated. But then it started growing back 2 or 3 months after the treatments. So I did another treatment on June 18th. We actually did the application on 134 acres, and I've been monitoring that. Rhett and I went out last week and took a look at it. There's some areas because of flow that we didn't impact as much as I wanted to, just north of the boat ramp. So I have it on the schedule for this next week. Actually, it's on the schedule for this week if they don't get to it, they were having an issue with looking for the herbicides because we're going to do spot treatments with two different herbicides, the Aquathol and Diquat, which will be a faster impact on what's growing. And then we're going to do some areas closer to Blue Springs. I've mapped out some places for them to do those spot treatments in. Between my March treatment and the June treatment, we had an internal meeting with my supervisors up in Tallahassee, and we're going to put 600 additional grass carp. They looked back at the history of hydrilla treatments on the Millpond going back into the early 90s, and my predecessor's predecessor, Jesse Van Dyke, put over a 2 or 3 year period almost 10,000 grass carp in the Millpond. And that was how they kind of did things back in the day. But I've put 200 in. We put another, I'd put in for a request for an additional 200. We've bumped that up to 600 fish. And the plan is, with the reduction of the hydrilla with herbicides, that when the grass carp finally start kicking in, it takes about 11 to 15 months for them to have an impact in how much they're eating as they're growing. Then we should be able to manage whatever hydrilla is left with the grass carp and not have to do any more herbicide treatments.
Derek, did you initially say that you, I guess as a result of the last introduction of carp, that you 10,000 carp were placed in there, or did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, that was in the early 90s.
And how many fish?
They did 6,000 in one application and 4,000 in another application.
Well, it was 10,000.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it was near that many, but why the difference in the number this time? It's because there's still some that are being effective, or?
No, sir. Those big carp are not nearly as effective. They really don't eat very much to maintain what they've got. And Rhett and we've done one fish carp rodeo. We'd like to do some more to get those big carp out because they're not doing us any good. We get 5 to 7 years of working life out of a carp after their first year. So they really start eating their body weight every day after the first year of stocking.
Okay. So really the plan is again, from what I understood you just to say, is that either this week or next week, there'll be another supplemental application of herbicide to catch some of the areas that weren't effectively hit.
Yes, sir.
In June, when you did the last application?
Yes, sir.
And these will be spray application by boat?
They'll be doing spot treatments. So I'm not sure if they drag trailing hoses or if they just, in some of the areas they could drag trailing hoses. Other areas they may actually just insert their spray wand and spray directly into the clumps of hydrilla.
So I know we've got hydrilla. What else do we have out there in invasive plants?
Water hyacinths.
And those primarily along the edge, right?
Yes, sir. They're a floating exotic plant. Most of them are within the dock areas of the campground on the west side. We do get a few that are scattered up the east side of the pond, but those are minuscule acre-wise compared to the hydrilla. What about the eelgrass? It's a native species. We're actually doing surveying throughout the state. They recently found that some eelgrass that's been used in some restoration projects is a hybrid that has exotic tendencies, related to invasiveness. But what's in the Millpond so far that I've seen is the native species. Native to where? Florida. Okay, because I know they planted it 1983 in the right. Eelgrass, and unfortunately, eelgrass sheds
it looks like cattails under the water, and it sheds the leaves weekly. And they go up, and float down and get tangled up in the hydrilla, and that's where you get a lot of that stink.
A lot of that is propeller damage.
Is what?
Propeller boat traffic, cutting the eelgrass off.
Do you think we need that eelgrass for the fish?
Yes, sir. It's an important structure. You know, fish need place to hide. It also provides places for the largemouth bass to ambush prey and stuff. So fisheries, our regional fisheries administrator, Chris Paxton, and I work pretty closely together on all the water bodies in the Panhandle. And they really prefer to have some vertical structure in the plant community for fish habitat.
What type of funding were you able to get this year?
So my regular budget for the entire Panhandle is just over $300,000. And I don't know if I had told Rhett or someone had recently been talking to me. And I said, you know, as long as it was Tim Hilliard, one of the constituents on the Millpond. And I said, as long as Tallahassee keeps providing, you know, they haven't told me no. So I put in my budget at the end of the fiscal year in June. I had over $100,000 that we weren't going to get treatments done. So I reverted that money and was able to purchase Procellacor, the herbicide that we used in March and in June. And then I'd asked previously for an additional $100,000. So I've spent $202,000 this calendar year just on herbicides for the Millpond. And nobody in Tallahassee, you know, hydrilla is one of our priorities statewide, and no one has indicated that there's going to be a lack of funding if I need additional herbicides.
And Derek, is the Procellacor, is that in your opinion, is that the most effective herbicide to use in the treatment of the hydrilla?
Well, it's one of the tools in the toolbox. So I don't think that there's any indications that the hydrilla is. There was a time in the early 2000s that hydrilla started getting fluoridone resistance. That's another herbicide that was used statewide to treat hydrilla, and varying amounts of it. You know, if you didn't use the right amount, too much, too little, the hydrilla was able to get some resistance to that herbicide. I haven't used any fluoridone on the Millpond because it takes 120 days of contact time, and we have a moving water system. So Florida, the University of Florida researchers didn't think we would have enough contact time with Procellacor, but I think the opposite. I don't think it takes very much time for it to contact. Plus, it's a little stickier in the water than the other herbicides. The aquathol, you know, we did the drip so that we were creating that slug of herbicide that moved slowly down the Millpond and had contact time. The Procellacor is much faster and it takes much less. Both that first application of 50 acres, I think we used 7 gallons of herbicide. And the 134 acres that we treated in June was just over 14 gallons of herbicide. Whereas the aquathol, you know, we were doing 250 gallons of herbicide per treatment.
Much higher volume.
Much higher volume. And the Procellacor is easier. I mean, it's EPA certified for drinking water reservoirs. The label has a caution. The applicators don't have to worry about PPE or anything like that. Easier to deal with, you know, less waste, bottles and stuff to keep on their airboats and everything. And I'm seeing very positive results in it.
How often could we spray that Priscilla if we?
I believe it's every 28 days, is what the label says.
Do you think that might make it a little more effective if we knocked it back and then hit it again before it starts growing?
No, sir, because it's got to be actively growing for the plants to uptake. So if we're putting it out, on dead hydrilla, we're just wasting money.
Gotcha. We got to wait for it to start growing again to spray it.
Yes, sir.
Derek, just to clarify, you've already introduced 200 grass eating carp and you plan on introducing another 400. When will that take place?
We're looking at late August or early September, and we're going to do 600 carp.
Okay. Good.
What happens to the larger carp that if they're not affected anymore? They just stay in the pond to the
just grow.
Yes, sir. Typically we say, we get 5 to 7 years of working life out of a grass carp, and then they have a 10 to 12 years, they start dying. But many of those carp that are the big ones that we see, like I said, they were put in the early 90s. So those fish are, pushing 30 years old.
sound like spraying is helping the carp, get a handle on it. Once they get the handle on the grass, which I think that probably grass gonna never go away. So you gotta maintain it. In 5 or 6 years or less or whatever, to put a few more carp in that.
Yes, sir. That's the management plan, is that we would rotate in, because there was a gap there for a long time. Fisheries said, hey, there's enough grass carp in there. We're seeing an impact on other vegetation. Don't stock any more. And so the working life of the carp got out of schedule, basically. So we've knocked it back with herbicides. If the carp can stay on top of it as a management tool, then we don't have to spend the money or time to do the herbicides twice a year or more. And so we'll have 800 carp that have been stocked in the last 3 years, and we'll just get regularly, probably every 2 years, go ahead and bump up, maybe a half carp per acre, 200 more fish per acre every couple of years, so that we've got a working group of fish in there.
I think like that's going to be the answer. Once you get it under control, it's just keep putting carp in to keep working it.
Yes, sir, because the hydrilla was established back in the early 90s, and there's no way, there's not been any proven way to remove the tubers and turons that the hydrilla creates. And then those tubers can sit in the mud for years before they sprout. So there's not a magic bullet that gets rid of hydrilla. Once it's established in a water body, it's there. It's just a management action.
What's the life expectancy of a tarp? I'm hearing 25, 30 years.
Yes, sir. I tried to harvest an otolith out of one of the big fish. I wasn't able to find it, so I'd like to get another one and let our fisheries staff help me find the otoliths so that we can age those and know for sure. But definitely, they're pretty long-lived fish.
So best case scenario with the plan of action that I'm hearing you explain, are you thinking that we should be in pretty good shape by next spring?
Yes, sir. And in our internal meeting that we had, my section leader was the last person, he was in my position before me, and they did a long-term drip application of Aquathol on the Wakulla Springs system. So he's already anticipating and said, he's willing to do that again on the Millpond in the spring. If we see anything coming back, then we'll go ahead and set up a long-term drip. And by long-term, not just an 8-hour application. It would be a 48 hours on, 48 hours off, maybe even do a follow-up. So a much longer application, and they're on board with that. So I wouldn't have to ask for additional funds or anything. It would just be a matter of getting herbicide.
That would be in March next year, March of 2025.
Probably so, depending, we've seen the hydrilla start growing in late February, early March. So as soon as I saw any indications, we'd go ahead and start setting things in motion for that.
I'd go ahead and plan on it.
Yeah, I've got the equipment. We've got everything that we did before with the drip application. It's just a matter of ordering a tote of herbicide, or actually it would probably be a couple of totes to have to do 48-hour treatments.
So the drip tubes, are those laid along the bottom, or are those floating that sit on top of the water?
So we didn't have to weight them. They were, the herbicide's heavy enough, it's denser than water. So all the hoses just laid down on the bottom. We put them on the floating dock there at Blue Springs and then trailed them over the edge of the dock, and they just laid down towards the bottom.
And those only stay in place just during the application? As
Yes,
soon
sir.
as the application is completed, they're removed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, it sounds like to me, then let's move forward with it. And then in February, Rhett, and between you and Rhett can keep an eye on it. And if it looks like it's starting to grow back, I'm like Commissioner Peacock, more than likely we'll be ready to do that long-term drip tube application.
Well,
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
if we do it in February or March, early March, that might get us ahead of it for next year. And obviously adding the cart will help. So. I just
Okay.
think-
And that, we did the Procellacor application was March 12th on that 50 acres. And we did see several months after that we had open water. So
That's what we're looking for.
Before you go, Derek, I've had several people talk to me about tilapia. You have any opinion on those fish?
So in my discussions with our fisheries administrator, Chris Paxton, there's not going to be any way to get them out. They're here to stay now. They've been in Lake Seminole and other waters throughout the state for a very long time. Chris did say that it could be a good thing as far as producing really largemouth, because they are prolific breeders. They can produce a lot of forage that the bass can eat on, and it might be a place that grows the next state record fish.
Okay. That's good.
But
Good
I'd eat them out of the Millpond before I'd eat them out of the grocery store.
Got that right. The water in China is bad.
Okay, any other questions of Derek before we let him go?
I have one question. Are you doing anything, and I know this is completely different, are you doing anything with Lake Seminole, the problem there?
So I don't do a lot of treatment on Lake Seminole. The Army Corps of Engineers manages the lake, and they have their own vegetation spray crews. They did ask me for some assistance this year in places on the Florida side that they were lacking being able to get treatment on. So I've got it in my schedule to do some Cuban bulrush, which is one of our worst invasives in the state. So I'll be working on that on Seminole side, as well as probably some Ludwigia grandiflora, which is a fairly new exotic to the area.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Rick, can you prepare some summary of this? Of the treatment plan, what he's spraying and everything?
Do a press release?
Yes.
Yeah, no problem. So I did want to add too, while we were out, last week, we discussed in depth how to try to mitigate the floating debris that's up on top, whether to do a temporary drawdown and then try to raise it back up and get that to float over. I don't think that's real feasible. So at the last board meeting, y'all had asked me to get a quote on having a company come in and just kind of skim the top And Stones is the one we had used in the past, and he was able to provide a quote for a 1 week, 5 day cutting period, 13,500. So I said, use the difference in what was okayed by the TDC. So that's well within. If y'all are good, we'll go ahead and schedule him. He's trying to get me a date range. He had a cancellation somewhere in Georgia, but I hadn't got a hard date of when he'll start. But that'll get us a full week. And what I'm gonna tell him is the last time we did the boat channel out from the campground and cut down real low. This time I think we just need to focus on the top, 1 foot, 2 foot, just to get the stuff off the top and get, what it's getting tangled on is another problem, because it's gonna keep breaking loose. We gotta get some separation between the surface. So 1 week of cutting the top, we'll say 2 foot of material along the outskirts of the channel to allow more water flow to come down. And then we'll kind of go from there, and that'll save us to the end of summer.
How far do you think he can go with that 1 week?
It's hard to say, because when he gets full, what the aggravating part is, this is just to run the boat. Once he gets it on land, we're responsible for it. So, he's gonna probably be waiting on us in some cases, because we'll have to completely pick up and move. We got 3 offload spots that we've identified: campground, the power line at Midway, and then obviously Hunter Fish Camp if he makes it up that far. So the logistics on land is where we're gonna have the issues.
I would go as far up as we can, and it may be more than a week with the money that we've got.
Could be. A week is all he had designated. He could get here quick. I mean, he could put us on the back of the schedule and come back.
We need him yesterday.
That's what I told him. I said, we'll take the week that's available. Come on and do what you can. We can see how much that buys us to know how much time we want to get on the back end.
Okay.
So he'll actually, secure it, transport it to the offloading, areas, and then basically put it on the shore.
Right. So
And then it's up to us to pick it up.
We'll pick it up.
Cutter barge has a conveyor and an offload, so it'll pull everything a lot, not everything. Derek would get on to me if I say everything. Derek gets mad at me because it does create clippings that are then a lot more likely to flow downstream and get into the water bodies. So it's not a full removal, but it'll cut that top couple feet and get what's floating as the primary for this time. So I'll still have to apply for a permit with FWC and all that. It'll be under our name. They'll be the contractor.
We'll be able to modify the existing permit, because your permit for the cutting of the channel is still good, so we can just modify.
Good.
Derek, do you see any, overriding reason not to do this?
It's a natural process of decay. I understand that, people don't like the smell and everything. And most of what I'm seeing that's causing the smell is the cut eelgrass from boat traffic. And as it's breaking down, it's growing a lot of duckweed and stuff because it's losing nutrients as it's rotting. And there's just not enough flow that would flush it out, in a normal river, or, if it was a big lake, that didn't have all the impediments, all the cypress trees and stumps and stuff that catch things. It's just a natural process of decay. And there's a lot of material there, so it's taking a lot to break down.
Brett, who owns that dam?
State of Florida.
Is there any?
FWC?
It's under their, the trust, TIF, Derek, I don't really know what it stands for, but there's I don't know how to explain it. State owned it. It's more so under DEP.
I'd love to see that water rush out of there. If we could open the top section, I don't know, I haven't even looked at it. If you could open it up a foot and let it flow.
So the way the structure works is, we maintain it at the bottom. So when we raise the dam, water flushes under it, and stops it at the top. That's one of the issues why we can't just open it down. It's reverse. It pulls from the bottom of the water column versus the top. So right now we're letting as much of the floating off by having the dam at the bottom, but it's also holding back the most water.
Well, but the thing is, if you could get the flow up top,
Right.
you get that decaying stuff will go on and get out.
If that were an option, I'd have tried that months ago. It's backwards.
You got a cutting torch.
Yeah, well, it's concrete, so that won't work too well.
I was gonna say the same thing. I don't, there's probably no economical way of modifying that dam to allow a top weir. I mean,
There's not, but however, that is, I forget what year it was put in. I mean, it's the original structure from
Maybe we can
60, 70, somewhere in there.
start looking,
So that
if
is
they'll
something we
rehab
have
it.
been in touch with.
to allow the water
To go-
top go over it.
normally flow from the bottom, but have the option of letting it flow off the top if we
It really
need
needs
to.
2 gates. That's
You can't
Right.
close it up and raise the lake and let it flow over.
where it's as high as we can hold it right now. We're holding back as much water as possible with the intent of keeping that elevated, surface water to allow more to flow over. But there's a lot of areas that the grass has already reached the surface, so it's hung up anyway. If we lower the water, it's gonna cause more obstruction, more odor, more everything else, cause it's just gonna have that much more grass to hang up in.
How long does it take that water to build up? A foot?
If it were down, it'd take 2 days maybe.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
The boat that the Camp Real Life, that big boat, is it any worse on cutting the hydrilla loose and the eelgrass? I mean, is it
Worse
that
or
bigger?
better, I mean, the answer is yeah, I mean, it does cut more of it, cause for one, it runs a little deeper.
Right.
2, it's a twin engine, so they're offset, so it's not down the main
Right.
channel, you got more cutting area. So if you want the grass cut up, it's better. If you don't like the fragmentation, then it's worse, just depends on how you phrase the
I've
question.
had this is a whole different issue, but I've had several people complain about the fact that that boat, is traveling at high speeds. So I think we need to have a conversation with them about, the operational aspects of,
We have, as well as FWC officers, the county has no authority to regulate boat traffic, and he's not violating any current state laws. It's a public body of water with no, speed, no weight, no size restrictions, so, there's common
very
courtesy.
little we can do. I mean, there's nothing illegal
Correct.
with the way that they
We
operate.
are aware that it's a complaint.
Yeah. Any other questions? Mr. Fussell, while we got him online? Derek, we certainly appreciate you coming on and providing the additional information, and it sounds like we can all keep our fingers crossed and be hopeful that the additional fish and the supplemental spraying and the supplemental drip tube will work, and hopefully by early spring, late spring next year, we'll have this thing under control and be able to keep it kind of maintained. So we appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Come on up. Rebecca. You doing okay this morning?
Last week,
Good.
still have a cough from that mess, but we're getting by. Get me a bottle of water because it's dry.
You want to go through your budget with us? Let me see if I can get. Everyone had a chance to kind of look through Ms. Hayes' proposed budget. You want to hit the highlights, Rebecca?
I can. So going over the budget as far as for me, I have 2 vacancies and one became vacant as of April. And I'm in the process of hiring someone to do our GIS. I had to pull a former employee that retired and brought him in and do in temporary basis because of his retirement. So, in fact, this morning I had an interview with a young lady on the GIS, so I'm hoping that we'll be able to fill that position in the next couple of weeks. My other one is kind of like a dual purpose, field appraiser, data processing, whatever my need is in the office. I've got a couple of positions that very well may come open, and I'm gonna have to cross-train. I've got my ag appraiser, she is in her 70s. She's retired and come back, so I mean, she could not come to work one morning, you know? So, I mean, I've got kind of a wide variety there. And I am, like I said, I am trying to fill these positions in order to cross-train. And you'll see the increase as far as the temporary, that is for the part-time person in case if he has to train a new person and it goes into next year. Now, you know, may not use it, you know, I know a good 6 months is our training as far as, you know, trying to get everybody on the same page. So, and in 6 months, we'll be running into next year's budget, so that's why that's in there. And of course, the FICA is more because of, you know, the increase. My travel, well, my contractuals went down a little bit, because I moved some stuff around and decreased a contract, but, my travel went up because I decided I was gonna use the county per diem, and the state said that I could use the county as long as I sent them the paperwork for them to look at, and they approved it as far as me using y'all's per diem instead of the state's, because y'all's is a little bit more, just a little bit. And as y'all know, everything's going up. Our postage went up, of course, you know, had to put that in there because of them. The
Communications, 150%.
Yes, so last year, I don't think that I included the, fiber optic into our budget. For some reason, I realized that that wasn't in there. So I've been paying for that, you know, with no problem, but I said, well, I better put that in there so that it's covered. So, which is what, it wasn't much. So.
So your vehicle line item 4652 went up.
Yes, sir, because the cost of fuel.
Cost of fuel.
Cost of fuel. Yeah. The guys are traveling. I've got 4 guys in the field now. So we've got the county divided up into 4 sections. So they're able to hit more. And so therefore, you know, we're getting more data information into the computer. And of course, the guys are now taking tablets with them. So they're inputting it in the field, taking pictures in the field, and it's all going into the system when they come in the afternoon.
Just primarily for appraisals, basically.
Yes. Yeah, that's the main thing, because I mean, by the time you go from one end to the other end, some days you know.
You've got it broken down into 4 different quadrants,
I
northeast,
do.
northwest.
Yeah, I do.
How many employees do you have, total number of employees?
Well, 16 positions. At the moment, there's only 14 of us in there, but like I said, if I can get these other 2 filled, then y'all may come by and see somebody hanging from the rafters, because I gotta figure out where I'm gonna put that other person. So.
She's kind of tight on space.
Yeah, it's tight in there, very tight. But we are a close-knit family in there. So, you gotta get along when you're that close.
This morning, talking to Mayor Carroll, brought up about the sheriff's office out on Highway 90. Would you be interested in going out there? Her?
If it all works and is cleared, I'm just concerned with any mold.
But we abated that.
Well, you may have, but you've still got water in there in the floors, because when I was in there with her the other day, there was a puddle and a string from the roof. So one of the rooms had water in it. So I'm like, you know,
Are we looking at that? I mean,
That's the first I've heard of it.
that's the first I've heard of it.
Rhett was with them, so I'm sure he is. He didn't mention it.
That's a new roof.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't no little puddle. It was,
I think it's leaked considered me.
Really?
I think so.
you can tell by the flooring that the flooring has, been released some.
We need to look into that. and get
That needs to
that
be
rectified.
fixed.
Right.
Should be, when was that roof put on? That was shortly, it's been about 3 years, hasn't it?
I would guess.
Yeah.
Should still potentially be covered by some type of warranty. Okay.
But that would give you a lot more room.
It would give us a lot more room, you're right. But like I said, I'm concerned with all of the, how old it is, number one. Any mold or mildew that's in there, because I've got at least 3 employees that have allergies to mold, including myself. And so with asthma, you don't want to play no factors in that and have somebody go out on disability and have to pay them.
Well, it's not as old as the courthouse.
No, that's true. That's true.
We had to abate both of them.
Yeah.
We had to abate the courthouse and that one. After the storm,
Oh, the roof.
yeah. And a mold abatement.
Yeah. I mean, we've got an air filtration, humidifier or whatever you want to call it in the office to where.
Now, the roof wasn't replaced on the courthouse,
They had some problems with that roof.
did they?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the
During the
windows
hurricane?
blew out. I mean,
I
there
knew
was
the
mold
windows,
in
yeah,
there.
I knew the
Yeah.
windows blew out, but I
Yeah.
didn't know there was any issues with them.
It was,
I think the biggest thing was on the front side, that there's membrane, they got the superstructure, and then there's about, what, 10 or 15
Yeah,
foot?
maybe about 8 feet, something
Yeah,
like that.
a membrane on there, and some of that had some damage where the brick hit the superstructure and then came down and hit the roof that came across the street. So, but that was on the front side. I didn't know that you had any water.
Yeah, but you got we didn't have any water damage in our office, but I mean, you've got
I know
that.
the tax collector did.
Yeah, I mean, and you still got the
Yeah, we have-
filtration, so the air conditioner and the
Yeah.
heat, I mean, mine and hers seems to be looking like it's connected for some reason.
Well, they've always been.
Right.
we had to redo the tax collector's office completely. She moved out and went somewhere for several
I knew
months.
that we had several of the windows that were
She had
damaged.
quite a bit of water intrusion. We had just a little bit of water in our office, and then the floor above us, state attorney's office and the judge's office had quite a bit, because it broke those windows out.
So the water's not coming from the roof, it's coming from a door, but AJ is aware of it and is in the process of having it fixed. It blew in and it's just settled there on the floor.
Okay.
So that makes me feel better. That brand new
Yeah,
roof is not
yeah.
leaking puddles.
Being- Okay,
But
any
it's the
questions?
west door that it's, the door is leaking anyway.
The room,
And I saw the picture of it, it is near a door, so.
but it's an interior room. It's one of the big, conference rooms. So it's in the middle of the,
Well, we'll confirm it's not the roof, but he
Yeah.
feels sure it's not, but we will confirm.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Hayden?
Ms. Hayes, are you, pretty comfortable with the number for $1,650 there on the employees?
and I have put that into the contingency as far as for what y'all were going to offer the employees, $1,650.
But it looks like you only put it in one
Once.
employee. Yeah. From last year's approved budget to this year's approved budget, it looks like it's just in there one time.
Looks like there's a formula problem there.
Well,
on line 12 there.
On line 12.
Page,
Schedule,
about third page back.
yeah, the 1A.
1A.
For personnel.
Well, all of the 1650 and retirement and everything is in my contingency. So if you look at the contingency line, it is listed on the approved budget from the department. It's listed under the 40,939, and that is the 10,000 as far as the normal contingency. And then the increase from y'all with the FICA and retirement is 30,939. So everything is in contingency, and until I get something from y'all stating to move it, then I have to send that to Department of Revenue in order to move it to the regular line item. That's what we do every year.
I just saw that it went up from last year, the salary 1650 exactly, and I would,
Oh, you're talking about the one employee?
yeah.
Yeah, it was, I took some money from a position, and moved it, just a hair to get him in line with the rest of my field appraisers is all. That was the main thing.
Thank you, thank you.
Any other questions from Mr. Pickup? Mr. Branch? Crutchfield? Mr. McKinney?
Cut her budget.
Very good. Ms. Hyde, appreciate you coming over.
Thank y'all, appreciate it. And, now this really isn't the time, but I will go ahead and give y'all a little heads up. One of our vendors was able to find some extra money in our solar fields. And so we're going to be adding that to the roll. It may be a fairly substantial increase.
This is due to one of the solar farms.
Three of
Three
the
of them,
solar fields.
all three of them.
Yeah. So.
What are they paying now? About 244?
I don't know. I have to go back and look. But like I said, the vendor that I have that does our tangibles, he realized that there was some real estate in there that was not being assessed, that they had not let us be aware of some of the things. And so he is able to grab that information for us. And so we'll be able to put that on the real estate side.
Does that have any impact this year?
Mm-hmm.
Farm or commercial?
Commercial. It's all of the solar plant, solar fields. You know,
We need all we can get.
and that's what I told my vendor. I said, I appreciate it. Find me whatever you can find me.
So, put that in layman's terms, so.
Well, when we go out and we assess something, and with the solar field, it's a little hard to assess it. And they were not upfront with all of the, infrastructure as to what they put in, little odds and ends and all. So we pick up what's there, the concrete, the fencing, any kind of little building. But then there's other things that we could not see that was considered real estate. And that's where this vendor can find it. They have a guy that used to work for FPL that they've hired. So he knows some of those ins and the outs that FPL was not letting us in on.
Okay, that's interesting.
It is. And, like I said, I'm not sure, I haven't keyed it into the system. I was gonna do that today at 2:00 with the vendor. And so I'll know more as to how much the value will be as to the increase.
Just from an informational standpoint, I would like to know when you get that information.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
I appreciate
Once
it.
I get it in and we have some ideas as to what it's gonna do, that ain't no problem.
Okay. each one of the fields would be interesting to know how much.
And he broke it down as to which field got what. So it was enlightening to me that, you know, they were not forthcoming on all of it.
Well, that just enters into a whole discussion about whether, about the benefits of those from a county
Future.
standpoint.
Future standpoint.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we go into it, you know, knowing all that we know now, you know, then the vendor will be able to know what to do in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
And y'all will too.
Yeah.
You know, so, but like I said, just wanted to give y'all that little bit of tidbit because I got that last week. So.
Very good. Yes, you don't want to keep us surprised. Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, I think we've got a couple of utility. Let me get back to mine.
So the water is blowing in from the door. It's just a low spot. And so the water is, so
Traveling.
it's not right by the door, but it is traveling, but it, to my knowledge, has been repaired. But I guess we did get some really heavy rains there, and y'all know when something's not sealed. I mean,
This
it
is-
wasn't, I mean, it was a puddle, but it was not like a whole room.
But I
But
thought
you could see where it
Rebecca,
was a low spot, that it just kind of traveled down.
I thought she had indicated she saw water coming down through the ceiling, but I mean, it
So
would
I
be
don't know
very
what
easy.
she saw, but
Yeah.
I have confirmed with Rhett and AJ that they have confirmed it was blowing in from the west
So it's one of
door.
the service bay doors and because
Mm-hmm.
basically coming in underneath it.
Should be that back hallway though.
That's what it appeared to be in the picture. The main thing I was concerned that we have a brand new roof that would be leaking to that level, but it does not appear that that is the case.
I think we need to do a close check on it after the next heavy rain.
We sure can.
I've been going there a lot of years and new roofs and all. I've never seen anyone that didn't leak. Yeah, honestly.
Okay, do y'all want to go to the utility reserve?
Yes,
So
utility
this is
reserve.
basically a discussion of how much.
Yes, so Mr. Brooks had mentioned about, having a utility reserve. Rhett had reached out, to somebody, I think it was Florida Rural Water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they had suggested to have a 25%, reserve of your utility operating.
25%.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, they had a couple of different scenarios, but 25% is, or 25% is the most feasible for us. So that's something that y'all need to consider if we wanted to build that in.
That's 25% of the operating
Of the
each
operating.
year.
Yes,
So in other words, you put that amount in this reserve each year, not just.
Right.
correct.
What would that come to, do you know?
So, if we were to do, 25% of the operating, that would be $323,447.
Which I'll just tell y'all what we're gonna get to a little later. We've actually included on a recommended, you know, we're gonna bring back the recommendations on the special projects and everything that's included in there. Right?
Yes.
Where is, in the book, where is utilities?
And there again, that amount would be added to each year. And you continue to build that account up.
Yep.
It wouldn't be capped out at that 25%. It would, you'd be adding that each year if you're able to.
Correct, that is the intention.
Of course, you may be using it sometimes.
Exactly.
But the goal, I think, would be to build that until you have a major, you know, upgrade that you need to do or something.
You have to replace it.
So like this year, you would be funding his request if you do what we recommend, which was like $400,000 for that, filter, that baby filtering system, plus your reserve. So ideally, we get to a point where we've built that up, plus we're funding these things, so that one day when you have a major expense, you have it in your reserve.
So tomorrow, we've heard from all the constitutionals now. Tomorrow, are we going to have that holistic global
Not tomorrow, hopefully after lunch.
today?
Mhm.
Okay.
Because we're not planning to meet tomorrow. We'll meet again Thursday.
So after lunch today, after we get through, we've talked about the utility reserve, the special projects is what we're gonna talk about after lunch, hopefully have a good handle on what we'd like to do special projects wise, including the utility reserve. And hopefully give staff some direction as to how to finally put this budget together.
Yes.
Okay, what time? 1 o'clock, 1:30?
It's up to y'all, 1 o'clock, fine with us.
1 o'clock?
If that works
1
for
o'clock
you
go with
all.
everybody?
Yeah.
Sounds good to
Okay.
me.
I'll adjourn this budget hearing and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Ray?
Yes. Okay.
No, reconvene this budget hearing of the Jackson County Board of County Commissioners. Purpose today is to, I guess, go through the special projects and determine which of those funding projects we wish to fund will land and at what level, and just have a general discussion.
Yes.
Might be beneficial since the amount of projects that we're gonna be able to fund is gonna be directly related to our millage rates. I know that there are several options that we've got, and we'll be setting a tentative millage rate Thursday, correct?
That's right.
You know, I don't know where all the rest of the commissioners stand, but I certainly will go on record as saying that I'm against raising the millage rate at this point in time based on the ad valorem taxes that the current millage rate at 7.945 will produce. You know, I know that I don't feel like there's any need to even have a discussion about increasing the millage rate, but you know, I'd like to hear what everybody else says.
Well, certainly not for raising.
Yeah. I mean, as it's been said, as all of you are aware, we can, once we set the millage rate, we can always lower it, but we cannot go up. But there again, looking at the ad valorem rate, I just don't, in my mind, I don't see that we need to even discuss that. I'd be very comfortable with setting it at 7.945%.
I would agree to leave it as is. I think we're in a good place right now
Well,
to be able to adjust down.
here's the problem. If you leave it as is, we must advertise it as a rate increase. So if you don't want to advertise a rate increase, you gotta roll it back to 7.5366. And even at that rate, Sarah, keep me straight here. It's an increase of $478,021. So we still get an increase at that rate.
Increase, that's right.
Because if you set it at today's rate, the people are going to see an increase in their ad valorem. For the simple reason, the value of the property has gone up. But they're gonna blame you and me for that ad valorem increase, even though we didn't do it. It's the state doing it. So,
Well, I agree with everything you said, except for the very last part when you said it's the state, it's not setting the millage rate.
state is
Basically saying
increasing
that
the
it's
value of the property in the county by 3%. Isn't that what they did, Sarah? That's what they've always done, is 3% it goes up.
On that end, I can't speak to, I can only speak to what I do. We can't know everything like.
Well,
3% is the maximum amount, but they can go up on a homestead property. They can only go up 3% a year.
And I think
Now,
that's.
if you've got commercial property, it may go up 50%.
If you did an addition to a piece of property, then, I mean, the value increases, and as the tax appraiser goes around and sees that additional, they're gonna increase the appraised value, so there's some of that as well.
Yeah, there's some of that, but I'm just telling you that the state automatically, every budget I've been participating in, it's gone up 3%. Whether we touch it or not. And because several years we rolled it back and still got additional revenue, even with the rollback.
But is it out enough to run this county?
Well, you'll never have enough money. If you raise it to 10 mils, you still won't have enough money.
Well, we did pretty good this year.
Well, it'll be spent. Wait and see. It will be.
Well, I mean, part of the reason why it will be spent again is we look back 2 years ago when we deferred a number of things because we just simply did not have the money at that point in time. So we deferred a number of regular maintenance type items that really needed to be done, but we didn't have the money, so we deferred those for a year, and we're kind of catching back up with that. But I mean, I see what you're saying. We're still catching up as a result of that, I think. I guess, am I hearing you say, Commissioner Peacock, that you would propose that we set the tentative rate at the rollback rate?
What I would do. But, I mean, if you set it back, if you set it at the rollback rate, then you're not gonna be sending out those trim notices with a tax increase.
Right.
But that's up. Dollar wise, how would that affect us for us, concerned?
Well, I would have to run specific numbers on that. This budget is built on the 7.9450. So that does not include special projects. That does not include anything outside of operational costs. So if you go back to the rolled back rate, you're losing what we gained was essentially enough to balance the budget. So if you do it to the rolled back rate, then you're going to have to come in here and figure out what to cut. So we'll be in that position.
And this budget, though, is does have some of the special projects included, does it not? Or does it not?
No.
None of the special.
None of the special projects are included in the budget that you have before you. Those will be presented later.
But there's a carry forward.
Correct.
We're basically saying that the carry forward, which is non-recurring, could fund your special projects.
Right.
But the budget is pretty well balanced operationally off of the revenue that you're bringing in.
7.9.
Right.
450, yes.
I'm just pointing out something for you and you. I know about it.
I know about it too, because I've been on here 2 years now.
You don't need to go no lower than that, but didn't you say if you set it a little higher, you can always put it?
You can always reduce it.
What you need to do, I think, then something else.
Whatever you
besides-
set the tentative millage at, you cannot go higher than that. So if you set it at the rolled back rate, you can't go higher than the rolled back rate. You can go lower than that, you cannot go higher.
As I understand it, we have to keep 5% reserve.
Correct.
Right?
So we
Is
budget
that what rolls forward?
you budget 95%
Right.
of so the reserve part of that is to account for, an underassessment type thing. So we can only, but we don't keep the reserve. The reserve is basically a budgetary number. Is that kind of close to?
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Well, what they're trying to do is build in a reserve. You can only, but they're also building in a cushion in case you don't collect what they're projecting. So they're kind of building in, something happens, we have another pandemic, I mean, a lot of things can happen, right? Had a hurricane come through, sales tax revenue, drops out. They kind of make you budget in a reserve or a cushion there.
But my question is, if we kept 5% of last year's budget, the year that we're in now.
But that's assuming that we collected everything. So in other words, you say we build in the 5% reserve is what you're saying.
But if we did, and it works out right,
We should have 5% then,
that rolls to the next year.
it rolls to the
And
next.
that's
That
what
is
they're
in carry
part of,
forward.
you were talking about rolls forward,
Yes,
that 5% or
Yes.
ever, how much is
your
it?
carry forward is comprised of excess revenues that have been received when constitutionals turn in any excess budget that they have for the previous year, things like that. So any excess revenue that's not accounted for, such as if we received more ad valorem than what we budgeted for, that type of thing, that is what your part of what your carry forward number is based on.
Do we know how much that is for this year that we should carry forward?
It's a guesstimation. As you get closer to the end of the year, you can guesstimate. I mean, that's like us at the clerk's office. We probably will have a surplus. How much? It's hard to say. I mean, if recording fees drop off or,
Yeah.
and they, we don't have as many tickets written this year in the last 3 or 4 months. Now, I don't know what the reason is behind that, but we don't. So our ticket collections are down. I mean, things happen. So it's, now, you ask me again in September, I'll be able to tell you pretty close. But 3 months out, a lot of things can happen.
But
Now,
well,
just for your purposes, if you go with the rollback rate versus what she built the budget on, you're looking at approximately $888,000.
As much as I would like to be able to advertise a tentative rate at the rollback rate, because again, that would, from a political standpoint, that would be ideal. I just don't think it's realistic. And if we, again, as it's been pointed out, if you advertise that tentative rate at the rollback rate, then we're locked into that. And I think that puts us right back where we were 2 years ago with having to defer things that don't need to be deferred any longer.
When do we set the actual millage?
September.
oh,
You said the tentative millage Thursday, and then, yes, the proposed tentative millage, and then September 10th is the proposed date for the tentative millage, and September, I think, 24th will be for the final millage.
I know I sat up here and watched y'all in 22, and I wouldn't want to go through that again.
Right.
And I really wouldn't want to go through what we went through last year, to be honest with you.
What's that?
Just trying.
Going through the book?
Yeah, just going through.
You gotta go through that book. If you don't, there's fluff in there, I can tell you.
Well, I agree.
But what we found out was, going through it 3 years now, there is fluff in there. But the amount of fluff, at least in years past, is absorbed by even more than the amount of things that are underfunded. And that's what we saw 2 years ago for sure. But items that were just underfunded, fuel cost, for several of the departments.
Well, yeah,
We're way
we had
underfunded.
nothing to do with that.
Well, and I will tell you that before any numbers got into this book, both Milan and I met with each department director and made them look us in the eye and say, what is this for? Is this a need? Is this a want? If it's a want, or if it's a need, tell me how it's a need, before anything got in this book. So the fluff that you're referring to, I don't think
It's
there's
not
as
as
much,
fluffy as
I
I
don't think
think.
there's as much fluff as you think there is. So I will say that it has gone through a pretty rigorous, like I said, I went ahead when I got it, and if I thought it was unnecessary, I cut it out. And then in addition to that, we met one-on-one with the department directors, and we had a face-to-face conversation of, is it a need, is it a want? If it's a want, we're not entertaining that at this point, before it even got in this book for operation.
I'm going to tell you, I bet there's no fluff in corrections.
No, I guarantee that.
I bet you at the end of September 30th, 2025, you won't have budgeted enough for corrections.
It's part of this year's budget.
That's part of this year's budget. And I know she's worked hard, Jeter's worked hard, but they've worked hard to get it down. Pharmaceutical costs going up, food costs going up, electricity, I mean, and you've got to do that. You can't say we're not gonna work on these roads, or we're not gonna grade and cut back the road and bridge, and we're not gonna hire people. You've got to have people there. And I've sat through this process too. and you make it go through here and find a little bit of fluff, but then the board hadn't done their job for the previous 5 years because it hasn't changed that much. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the special projects, put them aside. You know what salaries are, you know what retirement is, you know what FICA, Medicare, health insurance is gonna be. That's probably 70% of the budget.
It is a significant number of the budget.
So then you're looking at 30% of it for all the other expenses. And I'm sure, you know, you may be able to go through here and scratch out $10,000. But when you're losing 888,000 and scratching out 10, you know, you're spinning your wheels, in my opinion. You guys are the ones, you know, y'all want to get phone calls.
Well, I agree that just like the correctional, the jail budget, because that facility is just getting older and older. And let's face it, now that facility's 30-something years old.
Well, it's over 30.
They moved in 1991. I was there. And it's going to deteriorate. It's already deteriorating. And nothing out there is cheap. Nothing.
Not if we're buying it anyway.
I mean, when you say county, they double it.
Got that right.
So, I guess my question would be then, if we end up with the tentative millage rate and the final millage rate at where it's at now, 7.945, and this budget is built on that, where will the funding come from to fund the special projects that we're going to discuss shortly?
The funding for special projects, is, the majority of it is going to come from the interest money that was not accounted for last year, and
Which was how much?
a little over $1 million.
Okay.
And then, the last year when we moved the non-recurring ARPA dollars to general revenue, that is accounted for in this budget, and that is part of your carry forward number.
Okay.
So the carry forward number is large this year, but it is not typically that large.
Does that include
The offer, that was like, what, 45? Well, how much the
Around
offer?
4 million.
4.5.
Right.
Does that include what, if we have any reserve from this year? I mean, we don't know how much it is yet.
Yeah, it wouldn't include that.
No.
When you carry over, it's set term.
So that would be
Yes.
additional, if there's.
If it materializes.
Correct.
Another thing though, even though you got all that extra, you need to keep some in reserve.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I mean, you know, a lot of it in reserve for emergency stuff that comes up year to year.
With this list of special projects that's in the front of the book does not include that $400,000, whatever it was that we talked about creating a reserve for the utility. That's not in this,
Yeah, no, it is.
is
So
it?
if you look in the information that I gave you this morning,
If y'all want us to just
Yeah.
walk through this sheet, this will kind of tell you what is that where you're headed?
Mhm.
This is what we have broken down.
This one?
Well, tell them what that one is.
like,
So this sheet is what you all saw before with the
This is-
special projects.
Yeah.
The purple,
if it's highlighted in purple, that means it is an additional request that you have not seen,
Okay,
or it is a change to a request that you have seen.
but if y'all want to pull out this sheet first, I'll just kind of walk y'all through. So this is our summary of what we would recommend funding based on what y'all, all the things you talked about. I think there's a few miscellaneous things that we may have to get to. But so the beginning surplus in general revenue based on what she just said, is accounts for that. It's $3.8 million approximately. Adjustment for the tax collector budget transfer would be $34,561. That's because we didn't have her packet when we originally built that. So that's making an adjustment for the tax collector. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's bringing in additional.
Yes.
So that brings the balance to 3.9 million. So the recommendation for special projects is The $6,718, was that building department?
For, yes, for a scanner for the building department.
What was that for?
So that's a scanner for the building
Wait a
department.
minute. Y'all both talking.
The scanner for the building
I
department.
got it. Okay,
Then 69,200 was the corrections special projects. We recommended everything that Chief Jeter requested.
That was all of his, right?
Mhm.
One of the things, one of the things included in this number is there is a request that you had not seen, it was submitted after the, he had all.
it's in purple on this list.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what was that?
That is
That's not
included.
my side.
That, the purple for him is already in there.
In the 69,000, yes. Emergency management was 11,800, and we did not recommend everything in that list, but it did include
5 computers, 5 laptops for training, a laptop for the deputy director, fuel toolkit and battery replacement, and the power supplies.
and I'm gonna kind of go through them, but if y'all want to make notes, we can circle back around to anything that y'all have any in-depth questions on. The extension special projects, we recommended that, several of theirs, which was 6,744, and that included some computers.
That was it.
Oh, okay. That's, replacing
accessories.
several computers and accessories. Facility special projects is 175,500. You want to hit on what those were?
So that is going to be the heat exchanger. No, I'm sorry, it's Metasys, which controls several of the facilities' air, and the modernization for the Green Street elevator over at, where we have the state attorney and probation office. That elevator has been, it hasn't been compliant for a while. So it's to modernize that and bring that up to code.
Okay.
On fire rescue, this is non-opioid. We recommended a total 690,341, but she'll run through what all that includes.
So it includes the fire bunker gear replacement, the fire hose replacement, 2 report writing laptops, the medical director contract renewal. So you'll actually see that's a reduction. That's because the actual salary cost for that is already included in the budget. So it actually reduced that line or that request by $30,000. So the position reclass for paramedic firefighters to lieutenant paramedic firefighters for 3 class. Reclassing 3 paramedic firefighter positions to 3 lieutenant paramedic positions.
You're saying that's in the
How many-
recommendation?
Yes.
So actually, on that one, we're actually not recommending we do that. We're recommending we put a little money in the budget to consider that, but not to do that yet. But that was the only reclassifications in the fire. There were multiple requests, but I like the idea of having 2 lieutenants on at one time, just because of the size of the county. So you would have one in Graceville and one in the Mariana area. But we'd like to see where all of these grants shake out, because we're not recommending any of the other personnel changes, because we have grants that we're waiting on.
How
Like
many
6
people do
positions
they
and
have
all.
working per shift?
There's 36, about 9, I think.
And you
12,
got
there's 12 per shift.
12 per shift, and you got a lieutenant, and you've got, did I see something like a battalion chief?
Yeah, that's.
Is there one of those per shift? I think you're kind of top heavy,
Well,
because you've already got 2 supervisors.
again, we're really actually not asking for that to be approved, but just let's budget a little money and let's keep working through that a little. Or not, but then you can't really discuss it, because then we don't have any money there to fund it. But all the other personnel things was a let's wait on those. Okay.
So power inverters for, battalion chief and emergency management trucks. The rescue lifting bag replacement, that will get our final set
Why
replaced.
are we, wait a minute. Why are we putting power inverters in there for the battalion chief and the,
The
emergency
the
management
understanding, which, how much was that? Like
27,
2,000?
2570.
What he said, I think he even said it that day, is all the tools have gone electronic. A lot of the tools, that's the way they're going, and so it's a way to charge or even to plug in when they're doing some of this extrication and different things.
Yeah.
Well, my pickup's got a receptacle in the back of it. Past couple of trucks I've had, in the back, there was a receptacle built into it.
But these are for ambulances?
No,
No?
Trucks.
for like the vehicles that the chief and,
Chief.
are driving.
Okay.
Get Chevrolets, they've got the, plug in the back already.
I think Ford does too.
Mine does.
I wonder if
Yours
that's an option.
is
your
Chevrolet or Dodge?
Chevrolet.
State contract.
That's what I would guess.
Yeah.
Do what?
So,
I wonder if that's an option you don't get when you buy off state contract.
Could be.
Cause those are good deals on those trucks that they, that you guys buy. I just wonder if they cut some of that.
Could be.
Alex, do you have one in your Dodge?
Yeah.
I'm assuming since they're asking.
I
for it,
bet you when they
don't
come
have
down
it.
the power, the assembly line, they just sticking everything on.
Commissioners,
Yes, go ahead.
just for some fill in there, those trucks do not have inverters on those base models. And the ones that do only have 400 watts, which is insufficient for some of the technology they have. The inverters are, I think, 1,500 or 2,000 watts. So they're almost the same as a 15 amp house outlet. They're considerably more powerful than the built-in ones.
Okay, thank you, Fred.
So, the next is gonna be medical inventory management system. What we did on this was we budgeted the cost of what it would take a position of a non-certified position to see if they can find a solution that's within that price range, or if it's better to hire a person to do it. So the allocated amount is what a position takes from salary to retirement to insurance. So if they cannot find an electronic system that will do it, then we will have a position to do it.
The thought being there that, like Road and Bridge has a purchasing person. I mean, that's what she does completely, is manage the inventory at Road and Bridge. And I really do think this is warranted, and I will be happy to, I told Sarah I want to take her, what we have right now is just a literal storage shed packed full of stuff. I mean, I think they're doing the best they can with it, but it's not like there's a dedicated person managing expiration dates, that sort of thing. Now, anything controlled, of course, is through a different system. So this is just supplies that wouldn't be considered controlled. And so I do think some solution is warranted, but I didn't feel like we were quite ready to tell y'all this is the solution we wanted to do. I've got Lindsay's working on it, doing some research and seeing if we can come up with something that's a little bit better bang for the buck of what was in the budget, presented in the budget. So we're just suggesting we plug some money and let us keep working through what the best option may be. Okay, go ahead.
The cardiac monitor preventative maintenance agreement. That's gonna be the last general revenue fire rescue special project.
So basically what we pared their request down to was almost all either true maintenance, keeping up with like the ambulances, things like that, or like the lifting bags, the things that we've been routinely doing. The extra things would be the power inverters, the management inventory, possibly considering, and he could come back and talk to y'all more about this concept of 2 lieutenants on a shift at a time. That was minimal cost to do that. It's not hiring another person, it's just reclassifying someone. And then, but everything else, I think.
I missed there's 2 remounts as well.
Yes.
Listed on here.
That's what the majority of that cost is, really, is the 2 remounts.
Didn't we sign an agreement with Stryker not long ago?
It's for 1 year. So it's a 1-year contract for preventative maintenance each year. So you signed one for last budget year, but this is a new request for a new contract for preventative maintenance.
So since fire rescue's got so many items, just for my own clarification, can we go down this list one more time and tell me
Sure.
what's included with the, either the opioid or the, fire rescue non-opioid? So if
you'll
you start
see
with
it broken-
number 9, 2 ambulance remounts is included in that number,
Yes.
okay?
So you'll see it actually broken down in your,
Oh,
packet of what is actually general revenue and what's considered the opioid dollars.
okay.
So do you want me to go over all of it?
Well, I was gonna go down item by item. The ambulance remounts is included.
Yes, sir.
The cardiac monitor is included with the
What number is
opioid.
that?
Number 10, I'm just going straight down the list.
We're right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The the fire bunker gear replacement, was that included?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The fire hose replacement, that was included.
Yes, sir.
The laptops, the writing laptops, was that included?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The ultrasound
Yes, sir.
in the opioid,
Correct.
same thing with the point of care.
Yes, sir.
Then the medical director contract, that was included.
Yes, sir.
The position reclass is what we talked about. We're gonna put some money in there and continue those discussions.
Yes.
The power inverters, we said that was included based on what Fred said.
Mhm.
The lifting bags was included.
Yes.
The smart boards, was that included?
Yes.
In the opioid.
Okay. And going to the next page, the medical inventory management system, that's again what you were talking about, is maybe trying to find a better solution
Yes.
than the vendor. So we're gonna put some money in there, but not that entire 58,000.
Correct.
And then the ventilators,
So what we're proposing, we were gonna get to that, but we'll go ahead and touch on it. What we're proposing is he asked for 6.
all right,
We're suggesting do 3
okay,
and then reevaluate a year from now on what he could sell the old ones for. Like, how much do we really end up getting for the old ones? And how many more times we're deploying those, because these are supposed to be easier to use and encourage more use rather than the other ones. But instead of jumping out there and replacing them all, maybe doing half or less. I mean, you can just pick a number and.
so will that, if you did half, would that 56,000 basically
That
be
is,
reduced?
no, that
That
is
is half?
of it. Yes.
Okay, got
So,
it.
and actually, if
Oh,
you'll
I
go back,
see, yeah,
yeah.
in the quantity, you've got it.
if you go back up on the medical inventory management,
Uh-huh,
the original request was 86,000. So
So
the
that's-
58,000 is what would be budgeted and
got
capped.
it.
That funds that position you were talking about if you needed.
Correct.
And then the cardiac monitor, power load, that's something we've got to do.
The preventative maintenance agreement.
Okay,
So-
that,
But this is the new list. The old
Right,
list
the old
had
had a
several
lot
things
more.
that we did not put in here, which included, what else did you?
It included several, position reclassifications. It included a rehabilitation of a building.
so this list basically is
That-
compiled, what,
yes.
okay, that's what I was
Yes.
not understanding, got it.
Without, he had requested, what was it, 6 positions or something?
Correct.
What
That
did
is,
you do with that?
We're putting it in though, we need to wait and see what the grant.
Do you
The grant should be coming out in the September timeframe.
safer grant?
Mhm. So you can't budget something you can't afford and then ask for a grant for it.
I don't know where to bring this up or not, but, and maybe y'all can straighten me out on this. I was looking at this budget. That's a lot of money for overtime.
That's why we need to get more people.
Well, right
Cut
now,
down
according to this, we spend $62,000 a month for overtime.
They get,
Read that, sure.
if they go over, how many hours?
There's built-in overtime.
Yeah, there's so much, yeah.
Explain that.
I don't understand.
If they get more than they work 56 hours a week, is that right?
212 hours.
The first pay period doesn't include any overtime.
Straight.
And then the next pay period, when they do it, is when they calculate.
The overtime over 212.
Are we that short?
It's built in, you don't get overtime. If
You don't
just
get it
come
if you don't make it?
And you work your shifts,
Yeah.
you will make overtime.
They're 48 on.
Well, they got it.
All they got stacked.
That's where I've been working.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I know what you're saying.
I'm not working a
that's a
job
good
3
deal,
days
too.
on, 3,
They
4 days,
automatically
3 days, 1
get
week,
the overtime,
4
but they
days.
have to work the shift. And the way the shifts are set up, they somehow,
They can't be below the minimum standard of shift. They got to have 2 per ambulance. And I don't know how many of those are, you know.
They work
call
170.
Charlie and let him
But
explain it.
They have to have fully staffed at all times. So it doesn't matter if that person you've got on there has already worked overtime or not. They gotta have somebody in there. Oh,
But they automatically get overtime.
yeah, they do.
They're
It's in
required.
your contract with
Yeah.
the union agreement.
It's part of the union.
Yeah,
If they come and work just their shifts, no extra,
right.
just work their
They
shifts,
still wind up-
build in overtime.
Because,
Because
The
of
union
the
contract.
way the contract's written with the union.
are they scheduled more hours?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So I think they work 171 hours before you make overtime.
No, they're not 171, they're 212.
It's a whole different.
Corrections is 170.
Yeah.
Fire rescue is 12.
212? Or how many days?
I
28
think
days?
it's 28.
That's about a
28
month.
days,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's supposed to
28
be-
days.
So the fire rescue schedule, so your typical fire rescue schedule is gonna be like, if you're a 40-hour-a-week employee, you work 2,080 hours a year. Fire rescue schedules are 2912 typically. Part of the union contract was that there's what they call protected overtime of 240 hours annually. So that 240 hours is that's not the total number. So historically, we've budgeted 250,000 per year for overtime. Although much more was used. So this year, I budgeted what we typically use based on historicals, which was 450,000. Not too far into the fiscal year, if you'll look at the expended as of, so that, I budgeted what we typically budget, or what we typically use.
So that
historically.
shortfall been coming out of what, general revenue? How do we fund the shortfall in the past? How do we fund that?
It comes out of general revenue.
Correct. Yes.
Fire
So,
rescue's in general revenue.
yes, and so it's accounted for during supplemental budget. So I budgeted what we typically have expended in overtime of the 450,000. Of that 450,000, you have about 150,000 that is the built-in overtime. So 300,000 of that is over and above what is protected.
And that comes about as a result of a shortage of employees or
People
maybe
calling
not
in
managing
sick,
it
annual leave.
perfectly.
Probably some of both.
And this is not this is not just for our county. I was talking to the clerk from Madison County Friday, same thing with him. And you know, you've got, and I hope I don't make anybody mad, but if I do, I do. You've got paramedics that are making $100,000 a year.
Oh,
Yeah, because they're working overtime.
we've had them that way for a while.
Yeah, so, and that's great for them, but it's one of those things that people gotta take their annual leave, you know, people do get sick.
vacation.
There's something about the way their schedule is arranged, is they get a lot of overtime.
They can if they want to.
But is that?
Yeah,
going
no,
along
they automatically get it.
With Department of Labor,
Yes,
they can work that many hours.
there are rules on that if they, and I don't know what they are, but if they pull pull so many shifts, right?
And have so many hours.
I was in between, you know.
But yeah, that's more.
Did that make a difference when we went to the 48 and 96?
What is that? I'm sorry.
Did it make a difference when we went to the 48 and 96?
I'm not sure. I've only been part of the 4896, so
That just looked like a lot to me.
It is, and we need to figure a way
If
to
we keep going,
reduce it.
we're gonna be over, a little more over than what we paid last year. That's pretty much that.
And that's what, the other clerk said, they're trying to get more auxiliary people. And so instead of paying the overtime, you pay auxiliary. And
We paid them
there's several,
190,000.
pardon me,
We paid them 190,000 so far.
right. But I mean, that's what he's trying to do to combat.
But if you got the additional 6 people, you could conceivably
down.
cut down that.
But it's not gonna
overtime.
cut down the main one because it's already built in their schedule. Right?
And those other new seat ones are gonna have it built
It's
into.
be built into theirs too. But
It's pretty good.
all they,
I've always been at 160 or either 171. You know, I didn't know fire rescue had it differently.
yeah, they fired.
Is that, that's what firemen in. Fire and paramedics.
I think you, probably the only way you could,
It's been that way for 27 years when I've been here.
Okay. I just was
That
wondering.
one's not new.
I just thought that was way, way high.
I think what's driving that too is that collective bargaining contract, you know.
they won't take it.
That's driving a lot of the costs.
Well, I wouldn't. Well, they're gonna make more money off the overtime. Plus, they're gonna have a side job. They're all doing side jobs. They're doing side jobs, everybody.
So I just wanted to run through what we did not include in the recommendation.
Okay.
Was the additional full-time positions because we have a grant. I think we need to wait, see how that, and then y'all can always revisit this at a later time
Is that a grant for multiple positions?
for 6 new positions. And then the position reclass of 3 EMT firefighters to EMT driver operator positions. Position reclass from 2 EMT firefighter to 2 paramedic firefighter positions. That is mainly because if we do get the grant, that would no longer be needed anyway. So again, it just is kind of lumped into let's wait and see. And then, let's see, the next one was the fire tanker leasing or purchase of 477,000. And that's, he's also applying for a grant for that. You know what he said? So again, let's just wait and see how the grant turns out. Rehabbing the old fire training building. That's the building over by Road and Bridge. Mostly that's just not a priority with everything else that we have going on. And then the FTO position designation, this is to do the field training officer designation. We also, for now, removed that. So just so y'all had some context for what was not in the list.
Thank you.
And one thing Marie brought up too, if you've got 2 paramedics on the ambulance, one's driving. So if you could get a driver position,
Well, an EMT usually drives,
Yeah.
which is not, is paid as higher of a rate.
but sometimes they do have 2 paramedics, I think.
If,
Especially like working overtime, they fill the
yes,
clock.
if there's no EMT that signs up for the overtime, they will give it to a paramedic. That is true. But that I don't think is the norm. That should be more of the exception. Now, this year we have 6 EMTs in school, so that may be playing part of that. If paramedics were picking up more of their roles while they're in school to become paramedics. The biggest cost of of the overtime this year was from manning the Malone station with overtime. That's what created that large overtime. And so,
We've rectified that now.
we have, but hopefully we'll get this grant and then, you know, we'll have the positions. So,
And if we don't get the grant, then
well, that's for y'all
But
to decide.
would that grant,
Do what?
That's for y'all to decide.
would that grant fund everything they get paid? Or is it just gonna be to a certain point?
I think I don't know what all it'll fund. I mean, it should fund their salary like we
Salary
protected
plus
overtime.
Required overtime.
But I doubt it will fund extra overtime.
If the overtime's in those 6 positions like it needs, I don't think we can afford to get them. Can we? Cause you talking about going.
Well,
to 450.
what it will do, it'll reduce that uncontrollable overtime.
I don't think so, if it's already built in.
No, it's not, not all of it is built in.
Only about 150 of that big number is the built-in.
Everything above 150 is, oh, I'm out sick, you take my shift. Or somebody can't work and somebody takes their shift. That's where you can cut it.
So this auxiliary call-in don't eliminate some of that.
Yeah, it'll eliminate, the auxiliary will help. But I think with more, paramedics, the more you got, the more you can bring down that
Spread that.
uncontrollable
I mean, you would think
overtime.
so. You would think.
Now, they shouldn't be, they'll make the controllable overtime, they're gonna make that.
But anything over that controllable overtime
That-
can be dispersed among more employees,
Yeah,
cutting down the overtime,
yeah,
because they won't be working beyond
if
that.
you got 6 more, they'll be filling in those shifts that the others
But the
would
grant
be
is
having to
for
double
3
up to
years,
pay.
correct?
Been in the union, that sounds like a good one to be.
Trust me, we, for a long time, didn't have to worry about it, and then suddenly it
Let's continue down the list.
got into us.
It's been on my mind.
Yeah, well, it's not, something that's not been discussed.
I don't know if there's a difference between the overtime for a paramedic, straight paramedic, and a firefighter or not.
Well, your overtime is based on your hour, it's 1.5 times your hourly rate. So.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is
The built-in,
if they, yes,
they all get the built-in.
if they were not firefighter qualified, would they get the same overtime?
Still,
I know
they
firefighters
do,
get
don't they?
that,
Be wherever they get paid,
Talking
hour and a half,
Yeah.
wherever they get paid.
but what I'm,
Are you
As
talking
far as
about-
union contract or?
yeah,
If they were just an EMS, they're just. there was
just
no
straight
side,
EMS,
then you'd have to pay them on a 40-hour week and you'd start doing overtime at 40 hours. So, I mean, I don't,
versus 60,
versus
is it 60?
56,
58?
Well.
yeah,
Whatever that.
56.
56.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
I'll tell you how a lot of that falls in. I don't know if they on like a lot of firefighter or whatever, you 24 in, 48 off. And in one given week, you're gonna work more. That can include weekends and all. You're gonna work a little more one week than you do the other week. So a lot of the other week, you working more, gonna be overtime. Because you're working past the 40 hours. Just over here, you might be just bumping the 40 or in some cases where like some people work 3 days and off, work 4 days and off. Well, if it's in a week, that's 36 hours in a week, 48 is next week, so they get 8 hours overtime, back and forth like, yeah, it's just hours ain't scheduled.
right.
I figure, I mean, I don't know how it's set up here, but a lot of places, like, their hours are so much mixed up, and then if somebody don't come in, he's had to pull in another shift or somebody else didn't show up, or sick or whatever the case, then all that's overtime.
Sure.
So, yeah, you can't hardly stop it. And another case with Jackson County's got how many stations?
We got Malone, Graceville, Sneeds, Mariana, 5, yeah.
Alfred?
And,
6,
and
including Malone.
would there be any cost benefit for us to ever consider closing the station up in Malone?
No.
Would there
I
be
can
any,
tell
would
you
there be any
right now.
cost benefit?
The way that's supposed to work, you set it up.
But the way that it works is not the way that it's supposed to.
They are supposed to pull the one from out here at Sunland and put it in Malone. And they have not done that. The board instructed them to do it and they reneged on it. They make a lot of runs to Malone.
They don't make very many runs at all.
You better check the numbers.
I know what Chief Bruner's told me.
Well, when we set it up, they were making a lot of calls up there. So, no, we don't want to close that station.
I would, if y'all wanna have an in-depth discussion, I would want to have Chief Bruner come and y'all, I mean, he can literally show y'all the call volumes of what's where. And it wasn't, we did the best we could with Malone with no additional personnel, but you literally would have been taking an ambulance from the highest call volume. So Station 5 is actually higher call volume than our main station now, the commercial park. Because of all the calls that in that vicinity.
5 is the one at Sunland.
So, we did the best we could, but then overtime became the answer, which then that got out of control, so.
Well, yeah, I
The
think.
one
we
at
do need to-
Sunland was supposed to be closed, but they've never done it. They were supposed, when we got the new one out here, they were supposed to close that one, and they've never done it.
Well, I'd have to go back and look at the record. There was a lot of discussion back and forth. I don't think anyone ever directed that and we just didn't do it.
We did.
It was
We
because
told
it
them to
was-
do it because the power was it's costing us an arm and a leg to keep that building open. About the same time, we're getting ready to open the main one.
It was bad policy. It would have been bad
It wouldn't be the
policy
first
to-
bad policy that was
It would
made.
have been a catastrophic policy to close that station.
You're talking about the one at the airport.
Yeah, it still would be.
Well, I would think if you're
We
gonna
have one
close,
crew there
Two
right
people.
now, so 2 people. But I mean, I would encourage y'all to hear from him on the amount of calls that are coming out of that station and our main station.
would that be something we need to do as part of this budgetary discussion?
It can be, that's up to y'all. I'm just saying, I would really want to include him in that
Sure.
conversation
Yeah.
before we
I
venture
understand.
into that.
Well, the town of Malone went and purchased a trailer and set it up and everything.
Well, I mean, I think it might be beneficial for us to, I don't know how much it costs for us to pay them whatever cost they had. But
Well,
we'll save dollars over a long period of time to not have it, personnel station there.
They cover a large swath of the county from over there.
Yeah, but it's such a low call volume.
I don't think so.
Well, I like what Will Ann said. I think we would probably need to hear from Chief Brunner, but I do think it's a discussion that we need to have at some point in time. But let's continue down the list and Will Ann.
Okay.
Human resource.
All right, we are recommending, so this is something that we've really put off for a long time. And HR has historically managed our public records. I don't know, public records, I don't know if I'm just dreaming this or if it's real or what, but they have become so common, I mean, more than ever. I mean, we're getting so many of them. Well, the problem is we're bound by law to respond within a certain amount of time. It's just a whole thing to manage. So when
You're
you
talking
have
about public records request.
public records request, so when you have a person who is the HR director also managing this, time sensitive, could get us in a lawsuit. and you're doing that just through a spreadsheet and hoping you remembered the email to put on your spreadsheet. Anyway, after much research, I think, did Fred take a look at this? I know Lindsay took a look at it. We have reached the point, we feel like it is a good idea for us to pursue some type of public records management software. And so what that would look like is this the kind where they would actually enter it in and it starts tracking it from the time we receive it?
It does, and it's using the same software that we use for scheduling our board meetings and everything, so it's not having to use another platform, it's using something we already have set up for further addition to that platform.
And the reason I took a little time to tell y'all is y'all have not heard about every special project in the book. So that's what this one is. And,
That software costs then.
yes, $7,488. But with the amount we are receiving, I mean, for instance, after the Compass Lake and the Hills stuff recently, I mean, y'all don't see this side of it. We had an influx of public records requests. They want this, they want the Auditor General's letter that Michelle sent. They want, well, when you start having 5 different people in Compass Lake wanting 5 different things, in addition to all the other public requests. So just to give y'all an idea of the kinds of things that are coming in that y'all don't,
Labor intensive.
y'all don't see, nor do I want you to. We just handle it. But I think that it's worthwhile.
Now, is that for the program or the maintenance of a program?
That's for everything for the first year, and that's also the annual cost, right? Yes. So that would be annual.
Yes.
Okay, then, the next one is Human Resources Staff Development. So this is something that we've been working on, for the last year, preparing to bring to budget. The concept is to hire, or not to hire, but to have a contract with someone. We'd have to do some kind of procurement for this. So something that we see with staff is no matter what we do financially, it seems that it's not enough, or they're not making enough, or, I mean, it's kind of like people universally, of course. But we really feel like if they had some additional tools at their disposal to learn how to budget their personal money a little better, and, you know, just had some opportunities to have some resources, that this could be a benefit. So after much research, talking with several financial advisors locally and putting together, we're really just proposing this on a trial basis, maybe like a 1-year trial to see how much it's even utilized. But what this would entail is hopefully a local financial person, though I don't have any idea who it would be yet. They would commit to once a quarter doing some kind of training with our staff, like a community-wide training where lots of people come in and they train them on some kind of specific financial management. And then they will commit how many individual?
I think it was 96 hours.
A year?
Yes.
They'll what we would write the RFP, or however this looks, is they would commit up to 96 hours per year to meet one-on-one with staff that would like it, like total. So however many staff that fell into, you could come in and get one-on-one financial budgeting, education, and maybe help make your resources go a little further than they are right now. So this is just a true attempt to provide a benefit to the staff that we've never really done before.
Have y'all reached out to Chipola, see what they have out there? No, they have a business department.
No, I haven't. So anyway.
This would be on a trial basis, just to see if it was something that staff.
Well, and I
could
also
utilize.
want to say this is also sort of just plugging a number, because we're not asking you to approve any of this technically. We're just asking you plug the number. We would bring back the actual program to you later and say, this is what we've formally come up with. Do you bless it? If so, then we will spend the money. Because it would require a contract with someone and all of that. Okay, the next thing is IT. We recommended all of Fred's items, I believe. We went through all of them thoroughly. I didn't find anything that I felt like was totally out of line or.
has it ever been discussed about, and I know it has, because I think I mentioned this to Sarah, back when I was at the city, instead of having books for each meeting, hard copy books, actually going to a small laptop, has that ever been discussed, considered?
Yes.
Would it be a cost savings, time savings?
I don't want the computer.
Not up to you.
Well, it's right, it's not up to you and it's either. I can tell you, we're wasting enough money in here. I can get a printed copy because I go back and forth
Well, I
marking.
just know that there's a lot of time that staff puts into putting these books together, I would think. And I don't know, I just know that you see more and more government agencies get away from the, all of the copying that goes along with.
So the answer is yes. The board actually did it once a long time ago before I was at admin, and I understand that the computers were never opened. So, but that was different because that was like a laptop. And so on the hospital board, for instance, they issue us iPads. I actually think you could do this. I would commit to training you. Our current software does not provide what this does, so we'd have to do a little research in Bridget, and we've had several discussions about it. It is the easiest thing to navigate back and forth to the agenda items. I have attempted, y'all may have seen me one day trying it on my Surface with our software, and it was not easy. So, I mean, I would not ask y'all if I am having trouble navigating it over here. I mean, I'm not giving up on it. So all that to say that we're open to it, if you all are open to it, but we don't currently have the setup that I think is easy enough to navigate. So, and we could still print books for those in the meantime as we transition, for those that need it.
Well, to me, it's easier to look at it in the book and make notes and do what I want.
I feel the same
I'm
way,
not a
except when I
typist.
got on the hospital board and in the iPad, when I saw what it could be, how easy it is to navigate on that. I mean, I do think that's worth it. So. Okay, there are a couple, so did Fred have a couple of additions?
In the firewall switch and access point replacement, it was increased by about $1,400 to account for some required, software for guardian ad litem through the Article 5. And then in the Office 365 backup solutions, there was an addition of $14,400, for additional, licenses from P3 to P1. I'm gonna take Fred's word. I don't know what that means, but it's a different type of license and antivirus that's built into that. So it increased.
Just wanted to point out that a couple of things did increase, but we did
So it went
recommend
from-
all of Fred's items.
It roughly went from 4,000 to 18,000.
Yes.
From the original ask to where it's at.
Right.
Here. Yeah, okay.
All right, we recommended all of the jail items, including one addition, which is the side-by-side that was mentioned. I think he mentioned it here, didn't he? Or did he not? So a side-by-side was mentioned. So currently the maintenance, Will has to load everything up on his truck. And I mean, y'all know, just getting around like a property like that is just a lot more convenient with some kind of utility vehicle.
I have a question. Do we have anything that says, buying something like this, that we mandate everyone who's wanting to buy it to get prices from anyone in this county that sells that?
I don't think that it's that you have to give a truck, but we do give a local, you speak to that, Lindsay.
5%.
You quote,
It's not specific to, like say, it doesn't say that we have to buy it from Jackson County. But I do get quotes from local places as well as, I look at state contracts and things like that as well.
But it's like that thing the other day, I asked you to call the guy. He didn't know anything about the bid process. He said, I've never heard of that. And he sells everything that we use.
And that was a case where the department got quotes from the vendors that they knew in the area that did that type of tractor.
He said he never gave him a quote. Nobody ever came back?
They've had to talk to different vendors in the area, but
Which one?
when I do a procurement for a department, I would look at any vendor that sells that type of equipment.
Has there ever been a local preference option
Yes,
in place?
there is, and is it 5 or 6%? If the price is within 5 or 6%.
Usually 5%.
I think it used to be in the purchasing policy, but, per recommendation from Michelle for grants and things and for federal things, I think it had to be taken out.
Well, that's the first I heard of that.
Didn't realize that either.
Panhandle tractors like to be on the list, so they could have a chance at bidding. I mean, I don't know how the bid process goes.
Well, all they have to do is contact Lindsay and she'll put them in our system where it will automatically alert them if we release something that they would qualify for, right?
Right, and I did talk with Panhandle Tractor last week and they are on my vendor list.
Right.
The specific case that he was asking about was the tractor last week and Road and Bridge reached out to different companies to get quotes initially. But when we have to go to purchase something, I'll make sure that we get quotes from everybody.
If you don't have anybody to request but one person, that's all the price you get.
Was that?
If the only one person wants to be on the list, is that the only bid you get, that you don't go out and hunt bids?
I'll go out and hunt some bids, yeah.
But you don't have Panhandle tractor on your list,
I do.
do you?
We got involved with them back when we bought the John Deere tractors. They, somehow didn't, they missed bidding on it.
Well, Billy was running it then, now Clay runs it.
No, Clay was running it then.
And he told me the other day, I'd like to bid on stuff, I just don't know when.
I don't
Well, we have the bid, information thing that should be easy for them to go online and find out what's bidding. I mean, that was the reason why we purchased
So
that.
once we know of someone, then we always let them know, which this is that thankful to that new system we have. They can be put in and then they're alerted. The other option is, I mean, we do the very best if we are aware, oh, we should send it, but I mean, that's not efficient at all. So it's really better if they sign up through us where they get alerted, or if it's something we're bidding that often, keeping an eye on what we're posting. But I mean, we don't bid the same thing frequently.
Last year, we bought the side by side and they couldn't supply it. So they went to Bobcat because Bobcat had one on the lot.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I totally understand that. I'm just saying, if it's somebody in Jackson County, and they have what we need, let's at least give them a chance.
I was under the impression that we gave, not only did we do that, we also, it was within 5%. They got preference.
That did used to be the case, but I am having a memory now. It was after the hurricane and we had to update all the purchasing to be in compliance. And there was something that they recommended removing that.
I could see.
I heard that.
Well, I mean, to me, I know that there are a lot of government agencies, that have local option preference. It may only be able to be applied to, non-grant, type things, but, I would like to, see a local option, 5%. I mean, it needs to be nominal. To me, the fact that we're keeping business local, outweighs the fact that you're paying a little bit more for it within a certain parameter.
Can you do some research and let us know?
I mean, give them a chance,
You got people here paying taxes.
Exactly.
To us, to pay somebody in.
Keeping people employed and a lot of benefit to it.
I think I asked the owner of Hollis Pay, I think it's Hollis Pavement, I help for Nanny.
Yeah.
Hollister.
Hollister, yeah. I never see them bidding on anything, and I was curious to why they're not.
They only do driveways. They're a small operator.
You're right, well.
And
Well, some of those
I
smaller
think they're
companies.
from Ocala, somewhere. They moved in here.
But a lot of our small jobs, like filling potholes and things of that nature, they can take care of that, They're
Absolutely.
minimum price.
Sometimes they may, I can see the budget, Because, I mean, they know you're probably gonna be buying stuff. They may not know what you're buying, but sometimes if you want to buy something in the middle of the year, you're not doing a budget, they might not even know you even doing it, you know, and they go out and get a price. And, if you and it'd be out of town and didn't give a chance of going locally, could have saved some money. I mean, they could beat the price.
It's hard to beat that sheriff's contract, though,
Does this,
state contract.
the thing that we sent out to let people know we bid,
I can see
does that notify them if they're signed up?
Yes.
Depending on, so it's registered as a type of vendor, so if you are a contractor, you're not gonna get an alert about tractors. So it depends on the type of vendor that you register as, whether you get alerted or not.
You can register for any of those categories you want to.
Yes.
You don't have, it's not limited to just one category.
Correct.
Can we make sure that they know that? I mean, it's hard to explain to somebody.
I think he already signed up, right?
You already sent me his information, I have him on my vendor list, yeah.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is I just, you know, it's hard to explain why you didn't get a chance to do this. I live here, you know. Why didn't I get a chance to bid on it?
How does a state contract work? I mean, you get a contract, I mean, it's gotta be somebody that recognizes state contract.
No.
What's the question?
Elaine, can you explain the state contract?
No, everybody knows. Something we do.
Oh, yeah. You have to get qualified.
So they may not be, do they do tractors or just automotive?
Yes, they do
I think
tractors,
they do
They
tractors.
do most everything. Most state, sheriff's.
cars, trucks, tractors, mowers.
Anything the state buys.
Can you explain it to him?
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask Lindsay to explain the state contract process.
So we look at different Florida Association of Sheriff's contracts or, Omnia partners, there's multiple state contract lists that we can go off of. And it's a list that the state has already procured items, by getting multiple bids from different vendors. And then they have an approved list of these vendors will give you these products at an X number price guaranteed for that year. So they've already done the procurement process for us essentially, and we're just buying it off of something that they've already put out to bid. Like when we wanted to buy, road and bridge vehicles last year, I believe we used that Florida Sheriff's Association contract to get trucks that were already bid for us essentially.
I think they had to go to Jacksonville and get some or something.
Yes, sir.
You go forward using it.
So, Willing, going back to the corrections, special projects, UTV, is that something that you guys would recommend?
We added it in under recommend.
That's at 13,300.
Yes.
Okay.
And honestly, I'd just like to say that, he's kind of like Jeter. He doesn't ask for much and he goes way under the radar. But Will Hamilton keeps that jail running pretty much single-handedly. He does have to call in experts for different things to assist him with HVAC or plumbing when things are way, way, way stuck. But for the most part, I mean, he responds 24/7 if that facility needs something. And so honestly, the UTV was more of a, if that would make his life a little easier to get the job done. It's a small thing. Yep.
That's a step, so.
Yeah.
We did a good by putting him out there permanent.
Yeah, he's really great. And then the mosquito control sprayer, we recommended that, and that will come from the mosquito program funds. The library, we did recommend that computer, equipment, $1,200. Parks and recycling, the summer work program. This is again, more one of those, we're recommending we plug that money, let us do a little research on that. May not be anything y'all spend, or maybe not that much. But plug what he asked for, and then let us come back with that one. Parks and recycling, the lawnmower, did recommend that.
Did we decide that, we were gonna go back and tell Jamie Ginger to, instead of going with the bad dog, to go with, a skag? Because that's what Rhett's getting.
I think, well, this is really more my opinion. Y'all can tell me what you want us to do. If it's something that the shop is working on, I think standardizing is good. Will's gonna work on his own equipment, and if he has a preference for that and it's cheaper, I don't really care if he has a different equipment. But I'll defer to y'all on what you want me to do with that.
Well, Skag's a good mower. Skag is a good mower.
Good mower, yeah.
I don't know anything about the bad dog.
Kubota's a good one.
Yeah.
Kubota's a good one.
I think you can beat that 14,000.
Well, no, we got some Kubotas. Parks and Recreation's got a couple of Kubotas that we bought last year, I think.
Standardization, it would seem like we want to try to stay to just a couple of manufacturers and not be purchasing them all over the.
Learn how to work on one and
Yeah.
the rest of it.
I mean, you need a part, you might be able to get it from a different department and then put it in. Okay,
All right.
Parks and Rec, continuing.
Then we recommended the Neal's Landing upgrades.
This is the second tank drain field,
Mhm.
that whole, which would allow us to get that campground. back
And
open.
electrical, yeah. And we recommended the Parks and Recycling Facility upgrade, Citizens Lodge. 50,000 is really a estimate, because we haven't put any hard numbers to that. Probation is requesting a computer, which we recommended. Now, getting into Road and Bridge, we did recommend the fuel dispenser replacement and the fuel master upgrade. We recommend the dump trucks, 2 dump trucks. And we recommend the 5 crew cab trucks, the semi truck, the cutting head for the brush cutter, the tractors, the mowing decks, and then the one-time mass trimming of the brush cutting.
Why are we buying the semi truck?
Yeah, that was a question I had.
But we got 2. And we got 2 of those dump trailers we just bought. But we got a lowboy trailer we just bought also.
He
And we got
explained.
2
He said it,
bed trailers.
seemed like he was saying to me, I don't know, but I understood, he had that one tractor that he had to disconnect and switch
You
to.
gotta hook it
How
up.
long-
Right.
But I don't see.
How long does it take to do that?
That's the impression I got, that's what.
If you have to use it for something else, like haul
Right.
piece of equipment to Tallahassee or whatever, and they gotta park that one truck and the other truck be running, I could see where that'd be kind of beneficial, but
Well,
I don't know
why
how
does
often they
it?
do that.
That would be the question, how often does that happen?
Right, yeah,
Is it one time a year or is it 20 times a year?
Yeah, right, to be real.
That was the only thing in his entire ask that I had a
didn't.
question about as well. The one-time mass cutting, definitely.
Well, we'll pull, or we're just gonna park that semi truck for more discussion, but, the mass trimming, unfreezing the positions. What we did not include in this, but certainly will defer to you all, was the fence and the cameras.
To me, that was another one that was a little questionable.
How much have we had stolen out there? 'Cause when he came in here the other day and said we'd had something stolen, that's the first I heard of it.
There have been some, thefts. I'd have to pull it up to know exactly what's been stolen in recent, but I mean, we've had thefts other places too. It's not just Road and Bridge.
Is the yard that's across directly west of the new buildings, is that fenced now? Isn't that
Got a
entire
fence
yard?
around it. I don't know
I
that,
think it's hog wire though.
I don't know if they like lock that up at night or what, but it does have a fence.
Is that where, I mean, of course, this would go around the entire complex,
Mhm.
as I understand it. What other items out there are we worried about? I mean, isn't that,
That would be the main area.
right, that's what I was.
Do they,
Hmm?
do they leave small tools on their trucks?
Well, I wonder if they
Chainsaws?
could be stealing fuel out of the vehicle or something. Could be,
Mhm.
no siphoning it out.
Well,
But I don't know if he didn't mention that.
I can see them getting in there and stealing diesel fuel. You know,
So Rhett says We have 4 trailers and 2 trucks. If we're using both bottom dumps, we can't haul equipment. That was the justification for the semi.
But how often are we using
Both of the dump.
the dump trailers?
I mean, like right now with hauling some of the rock, we're using dump trucks for that, are we not? Are we using?
They're hauling
Usually
milling.
dump trucks when they use them millings,
Yeah,
dump the trailers.
right.
Yeah, but that's not, lay it out on the road, but they don't use them if they're hauling it over here and stockpiling it, do they?
I don't see how.
I don't think so. I think they would probably use the dump truck, you can back up and dump it, but that thing, it comes out the bottom, you know.
What was the question on that?
How
Y'all
often?
don't like it.
The
That's
question
what-
was, is how often are we using the semi trucks to haul the bottom dump trailers? That we would need to haul a piece of equipment at the same time.
Well, he said it hasn't happened yet because they've only used the bottom dumps on the one project, but I think that's because they haven't been set up very long. So I guess it's hard to say that.
We haven't had them, but maybe a month,
I really don't
The
know.
bottom dump.
dumps, they haven't been out there that long.
They haven't.
Yeah. We just got them and got that new truck, I say a month. might have been a
Well,
little
like I
longer.
said, depending on how often they use the bottom dump.
Right.
Out on, it pays off out on where they're grinding up asphalt. Yeah, or like I say, hauling dirt, but I don't know how efficient that'll be, even if you're hauling dirt to a pit. It's gotta come out of the bottom, it gotta drive off, so you just string it along. I don't know how efficient that is. I guess you take a dozer and you push it back up, but, most times they're dumping pile. You know, but a dump truck be easier to push that pile, start pushing the piles up there instead of gathering it where you get it out, looking to me like. In that case, you need a dump trailer. Would have paid off better.
Yeah.
Dump trailer, you could carry the same amount and they just dump the whole load.
But guess what?
But.
They turn those things over frequently. That's why
Well,
they
do
don't
that,
use it.
yeah.
They get it up there,
Yes.
boom, over the truck goes.
If you don't have a tailgate over.
Yeah.
But, you know, hauling that milling out on dirt road, mill it and haul it straight there, great for that, cause it kind of scattered it, which I guess it tailgated with a dump truck too.
So you did not include in this list either the fence nor the security camera. I would be more apt to go along with the fence than I would the security cameras, because I just don't see that you get as much use out of those. Except for like maybe a bank or convenience store where you've got a lot of in and out, but the security camera to me, I would definitely scratch.
Okay. And
Deer
then,
cameras work just as well.
Hmm?
Deer cameras work just as well and not near as expensive.
we did recommend, of course, the utilities, filter replacement, as well as the 231 lift station repair. And then, TDC, we recommended the short-term rental compliance monitoring and the Supervisor of Elections capital outlay request that was in her budget meeting. So that total came to $3.4 million.
And the recurring cost is about 230,000 per year
Yes,
associated with all of these items.
yes, so back to this list. So if you flip back over here, some of the other things we want y'all to just think about is, a utility reserve in the amount of $323,447. And, is this right? $424,474 for the suggested general revenue reserve.
So what those numbers come from, so when you take the beginning surplus with the special projects that will be funded from general revenue from non-self-balancing accounts, you get the total special project request of about 3.1 million. then you have your surplus balance of, a little over 700. And then the utility reserve, and then what's left would be a reserve for your general revenue.
Now, beyond that, what these numbers at the bottom represent is, if you go down to where it says non-general revenue special projects, so the court facility, the heat exchanger, and the air handler, we actually have a court facility fund that they are in agreement, the chief judge and Amber are in agreement to use that money for these things. The mosquito control, that comes from that program. The cupola at the Rust House would come from the Rust House funds, the Rust House facility fund. And then the TDC funds could fund the sprinkler at the Ag Center and the short-term rental compliance software. So, like I said, those things at the bottom, we've identified another source to pay for those.
Go back up to the 400,000 water filter replacement.
Mm-hmm.
That needs to be funded.
So if you look at, so the utilities, account from the outset has a surplus of about $275,000.
Okay.
When you look up here where it says recommended special project, you'll see 174,934 utility projects. That is what will come from general revenue to fund these. So I wanted y'all to see that on its own, it does not have enough to sustain the special, or to complete the special projects. But the transfer is already built into that 3.1 million. To this bottom figure of total special projects from general revenue.
Okay.
So how much do we wind up having to spend in order to do the filter replacement?
Well, the filter replacement is 400,000.
That's what.
But you said there's a balance.
But y'all would need 174,930 from general revenue
To make
add
all the utility
to it.
replacement.
Who do the replacement?
Mm-hmm.
For the water filter and the lift station repairs. You need 174,000, which is already built into that number at the top.
You want to go to
I know we need to do the filter replacement because Sarah's got iron in her water.
It's been needing to be done.
I went and talked to Lewis and Smith. The boy told me $1,800 for a valve. How we get 400,000, I don't know. We got a bunch of valves, I guess. But now those were manual.
Yeah.
They want them electrical. The ones that are out there now are air activated, and we don't want to do that one again.
Like comparing apples to oranges.
If you look at the, in your packet, you would have gotten, some special project funding requests. These were ones that, were submitted after, that are included in this.
Okay.
Like Brett Neal's Landing and the 231 lift station. Included in that is the incentive pay program. Last year, you all adopted incentive pay to phase in, incentive pay for CDL drivers, Class A and Class B. Y'all included that for a limited number of employees. I thought the entire plan was adopted, but it was not. But the entire plan is built into the budget already. So if y'all choose to fund the entire incentive program at $40,927 across multiple departments, that is already built into the budget.
So what's the total cost? 40?
The 40,000, this is the total,
cost?
yes.
Does that include the the guys at Road and Bridge who were working inmates?
Yes, so, I'm sorry. So the 40,000 was last year's number. So this year's number is around 135, I think it is. And that includes the inmate supervisors, that includes all of your CDL, classes, any certifications above and beyond. That
Y'all-
includes,
I think y'all got the whole plan before, but what we said is, we tried the numbers, we didn't have enough money to do all that.
So we did a portion of it.
Yeah, right. So y'all just did the portion of people who already had their CDLs, which wasn't a true incentive program because we weren't incentivizing anyone, but we had to start with the people who already had it. So that plan, which we can put back in front of y'all, but it included, like she said, if you were inmate super, and we identified how many per department we need, because you don't need everyone to have it, you know, so you don't want everyone going to get it and then paying them for something you don't need. So we have it outlined how many per department we need of each thing. It's about something that, you know, HR and the departments will have to manage.
So it'll be a first come, first served basis.
Right.
So you said other departments, who other than Road and Bridge?
there's some for parks.
Parks and Recreation.
Corrections, utilities, there's different certifications. that
Well,
you can-
corrections, they work inmates every day.
It wasn't for that though, it was for,
I think it's PREA.
For what?
It's the Prison Rape Elimination Act. I think you have to have a certain certification to work those. If I'm not mistaken.
we can put that whole plan back out for y'all, because it's been a while since y'all seen it.
So is that built into this budget
Yeah. So I built in the full number.
at 130?
Last year- Correct. Y'all approved the 40 and I mistakenly thought that the full plan was approved. So I built in the full plan, but y'all only approved the 40. So,
That was last year's budget.
correct. So the full number of the 135, I think it is around, is actually already built into the budget. So
And that would be if every person possible took us up on that opportunity.
Which
Which
not
is
gonna
not
happen.
that. That's like worst case scenario. But we want to discuss that because we want y'all to know that's built in here. If you were to say, well, let's cut it back, we can do that.
How many, or how much are you giving the ones with CDL? Or the ones who will go get a
It was
CDL?
like 50 cents for an A and 75 cents for a B, or
75 cents for an A and 50 for a B.
backwards.
That's what I thought.
So we won't really know the effectiveness of this program until we implement pretty much a full program, because the last year's program of $40,000 really was not much of an incentive.
It was really just going ahead and saying, all right, you have to start with the people who already have it, obviously. It was getting us going, but there's already been a couple of people who have gone ahead, I know, with CDLs with the hopes that this is coming. So, I mean, I do think it will work to incentivize some, but I don't think you'll ever spend what we budgeted for.
What about your inmate supervisors? How much would they get?
I don't know off the top of my head. Let me think if I can find it.
But you only have a limited number of inmate supervisors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could always up that. Well, let's say that we max out what y'all budgeted for and we identify, hey, we could use more if we could get more. You can always up it. But I wanted to start with a manageable number of each thing, just in case everyone got really.
Well, I mean, I think we probably need more out there, and some of them are not gonna do it unless you pay them.
Well, the labor is so cheap.
I'm talking
So
about the
how many
supervisors.
does Road and Bridge use or how?
We have to look at the plan of what we,
You said about 7 or 8.
I can
Is all I had.
Chief Jeter was
One-
asking for
one or
2 more, wasn't he? In his
Yeah.
request.
So his request was to have inmate supervisors that is their job to go out and do certain things. The incentive program is they've already got a job, but they'll become an inmate supervisor and they also could take some out for special projects or whatever that may be.
I think we missed the boat. We don't get somebody that does that every day. Yeah, they can do so much.
That's what the two full-time positions will be doing.
They can get a lot of work done for a lot less money.
Oh, yeah. We're
So-
foolish not to take advantage of the inmate labor.
And they got enough inmates alone to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're printing, this for you, but we have, at Road and Bridge, inmate supervisor, MOT, CDL class A and B, certified CDL trainer, forklift certification, and pesticide applicator.
Wait a minute. MOT, you gonna pay somebody extra to stand out there with a stop sign?
You're gonna pay them to get certified.
Get certified. You're already paying them to do it. You're trying to get them certified.
You're incentivizing them to know what they're doing while they're holding the stop sign.
Which a lot of them don't.
Yeah, it's not our, but on state roads recently, it's a little scary.
Do we have any, is there any money out there that we have got to do something for Road and Bridge employees? Not gonna keep it. They're not gonna come there. And I don't know about y'all. Most of my calls about
Roads, dirt roads, and bushes.
90% of least.
Bushes and
Again. We need to give them, and they just had and I know every county employee had a insurance. Increase, they just had an increase. And they just, the salary out there is, it doesn't draw anybody. That's for certain.
Forklift certification. Have we got, how many forklifts we got?
It don't take but one to get hurt.
No,
If he ain't certified to do it, or to hurt somebody.
even if he's certified.
Yeah, it just makes us look good.
Pesticide applicator, 25 cents.
We'll tell y'all, we went more on the conservative because we can always increase. But I'd rather get the program going and know we started conservative, and then if we see that an area, maybe we didn't compensate it as good as we should have, we can always adjust that. I think these are fair numbers, certainly to begin a program with.
What is an industry certification? We want to pay $1 an hour. Incentive pay $1.
But that would be a certification specific to, you know, HVAC, some kind of specific certification. That's why it's just kind of a broad term. And if they're willing to go get certified in it, then idea being we could save money with some of the things that we have to call in right now for outside.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. Probably need to come up with a list or something, what you're looking for. That's pretty good, I think. Animal control. Did we ever get another animal control officer?
We hardly want to get it on.
How
I know we
did
were interviewing.
Edmund back at work?
Not, he might be on light duty now, but he's not back full time.
He's okay.
He's doing great.
Great. Glad to hear that. So what are we paying an animal control officer?
You mean what we've advertised it at?
Yeah.
we're trying to hire someone. I would guess in the 25,000 range,
Per hour.
26,000, no, per year.
How much are you paying them per hour?
Let her confirm that I'm right on that, and then I'll tell you the hourly. They're probably real close to minimum wage, the advertised rate.
Did we have,
Yeah, that advertised rate, 26,000, that bring you down around 12.5, 12%.
We paying that person that filled in $13.50.
13.50?
13.50.
So we would be adding 75 cents an hour to that, or certified.
Yeah, so currently, we hire someone in to be the animal control. This is a good example. We hire them at what we hire them, and then we send them to get certified, but we don't change their money. So this is an incentive. I mean, they do have to get the certification if they want the job, but it's also recognition that you went through and you got a certification that you could take somewhere else. So to recognize that.
So right now, starting pay is $25,537
Or,
for an animal control, just an officer is the starting pay,
Which would be $12.28 an hour.
which will go up to 13 effective October 1st.
so everybody's coming up to 13, right? And we gotta be at 15 next year,
We have to be at 15 by 2026.
26.
I think it's 14 next year, and it goes up about.
And
But
the,
next year's budget, we'll let can take consideration that 15.
Have to.
the industry certifications were HVAC, electrical, and plumbing. If they got certified in any of those, we would do $1 an hour.
Well, if you can get them certified in that, you're probably, gonna lose them, but I would say it's probably a good idea.
We're talking about the road department mainly. All people working there don't have to have a CDL, do they?
No,
They just want everybody to have it. Well, I know some cases to advance up, and then before it advance up, they'd have to have a CDL license eventually.
but we're given plenty of room for a lot of people to get, especially the B.
And is
At
the
one-
certifications gained by, can they do that while they're at work, or do they have to do this on their own time?
It'll kind of depend on, because some of these, it really depends on the amount of time it takes on it, but we're gonna work with them as best we can. So like, that was the idea behind having a, for instance, a CDL trainer.
Mhm.
Because we did have a guy, I think we lost him since we did this, that was actually a certified trainer. So the idea being, well, I mean, of course, I mean, if they're at work and he can do that training, but then in some of these cases, they may have to be off more than what we could. So it's gonna kind of depend.
Okay.
We're gonna work with them as best we can though to help them get it.
I would think it would be, we're trying to incentivize them to
Right.
do that. The more that we can work with them to help them attain that.
I don't know enough about each individual training requirement to say just absolutely this is the way it would be, but I know we're gonna do what we can to help them.
So this is built in the budget already.
Yeah. But we wanna make sure y'all knew that.
And you'll watch the budget to make sure that we don't get 100 people going for a CDL.
No, that's what Clay will do. Right, Clay?
I would think you probably get all you can get, because they're not gonna stay with you guys long. once
No.
they get their seat.
They gonna move on.
You're gonna make $100,000 a year driving.
My next question, how you gonna?
I would think Anderson,
Get the money
Columbia
back.
would.
We really are
Yes,
going
actually.
to have a system in place to monitor how many are getting. And it's first come, first serve and.
I still think we need to try to find some salary money. It's not a lot, it's every bit of it helps.
Well, you're fixing to give them 1650, right? How much? does that
That's
come
built
out to
into the
per
budget.
hour?
That's built into this budget.
Yeah. Next year, you're going to at least $14 an hour. Everybody's going up. Then the next year, they'll get another $1.
They may not be here next year.
Well, that's true. No,
We
I'd
get
love
somebody-
to pay all of them
somebody good out there to come to
$100,000
work.
apiece, but can't.
If we get somebody to come to work, we do everything we can to keep it.
Well, I agree. I agree 100%. If you can get them to come to work and work.
So if we keep the millage rate at 7.945, we're able to fund the entire budget and this list of special projects with the carryovers and the reserves
Yep,
as it exists on this page.
yes, sir.
And as we get a better handle on carry forward,
Mhm.
then that's just more reserves, or, you know, if there is a special project, you know, that's not been mentioned or whatever. But as it stands today, this is what we feel comfortable saying we have.
And both of the reserves are close to where they need to be as far as what would be suggested to keep in reserves. Both the general revenue
The
and
general revenue reserve would be the most I've seen in a really long time.
yeah. Does this budget have a contingency built into it?
Yes, sir.
How much?
So there's 200,000 for general revenue contingency, which is standard. 100,000 in fine and forfeiture contingency, which is standard, and there's also 50,000 contingency in utilities, which is brand new to this year, from what I can tell.
What about, some discretionary money and rock money?
What about it?
How much you gonna, where is it? Have we got it in there?
You have rock money,
Where?
so if you look in 104.
What's 104?
Sorry, special revenue. So
Page 87.
you'll see, almost down at the bottom of the page,
Page
page 87,
87.
Rock?
you'll see about 9 up from the bottom, commissioners, rock and milling. So that is the allocation per district per year.
Well, at least we can get a truckload. Boy, you were generous.
87?
87.
What about, discretionary?
There's no discretionary built into here. There's no. Now, some of you have discretionary funding left over, but there's no additional discretionary funding for anybody.
Where did that discretionary funding originally derive from? Do you know?
I'm not really sure. I know that some of it came from, I'm not sure where the original balance came from. I know last year, or the year before, there were some family dollar funds that were put into there, but that was reversed. So I know it comes from that type of
It's
non-recurring,
discretion.
but I'm not sure where the.
It's been around forever. Carry it forward.
That's where.
What'd you say, Tony?
I'm taking a piece. Each commission, each district. It's a good question.
50,000 a piece or all together?
All together, so it's 10,000 per district. For rock.
Yeah, like I said, we can buy a truckload of rock. You're generous there.
Make good decisions.
We may want to visit that one.
Truckload, you talking about for milled asphalt?
No.
Rock.
Milling on rock, 10,000 piece.
Start a really quick.
Rock and milling. You're not gonna do much.
Well,
But,
I don't see how we can ever hope to put some more money in discretionary or more rock and milling if we don't at least maintain the millage rate we got. I mean, where's it gonna come from?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. But it would be nice to have some discretionary money to be able to go out and do small roads here and there and that type of stuff. And that's what the commissioners have always used it for, is small roads or projects, that type of stuff. But, as it is now, we don't have that luxury. I do, I've got a little left.
Ain't got much.
She's taking it from me. Every time I turn around, she stole it.
I go and put it in mine.
But I would hope we could find somewhere to get a little to go in each commissioner's account. Because invariably, like, you know, you had the thing out at, Spring Chase. You know, you had bond money, that's great. If you didn't have bond money, you could have, and had some discretionary, and I know you got discretionary. You could have pulled it out of there and done it. I would think we need to take a look at it.
Well, you could look it back over here. I'm getting back over the road and bridge, the 5 pickups, the 5 supervisor pickups. Are they pretty well worn out or something? Do you want to replace them or?
No, those trucks are not worn out. It's he's got some other staff that he was envisioning passing those trucks to and replacing the supervisor truck. And then if this all works out and y'all fund it, we may utilize one of those trucks. So the extension office had a request in for a pickup that I was going to propose we move one of those road and bridge trucks to that instead of purchasing a brand new one. But that's only if all this gets funded.
Didn't he say they had about 150,000 miles on it?
So,
And trust me, they drive hard. They go down these dirt roads and they're in good shape. Well, they're going too fast, they're stand on top of the bumps.
Well, the only thing I think, seeing road and bridge, and that's the one largest special project funding request is, again, we kind of earmarked the $200,000 for the $205,000 for the semi truck. That you could move those dollars.
Give that to
into
discretionary.
Could move that into discretionary. Still take 205 and divide it by 5. It's not.
Not a lot.
No, yeah, about 40, 41. Rest of that stuff, the rest of the stuff, I just want to see how you can. Really not a whole lot. I would be okay with that.
Ms. Willine, do you have an update on the bond money? Or is, giving us anything?
you mean the on when it can be?
Right.
No, not really, other than, I did talk to Clay, maybe we discussed a little bit about the interest rate.
Right.
Will you share your thoughts on that?
Right now, I mean, bond goes through 2031. Thanks, my memory is correct. My memory's not that great, but I think it's 2031. We're paying interest of just a little bit more than 1%, maybe 1.4% interest. So if you redo the bonds to go out and get, in other words, get it back up to the max and get some extra money, You're not gonna get it at one point.
We don't want to do that right now.
You get it, I would guess before 5%.
Money's too high.
So, I mean, last time you guys went back out and what do
We
they call
saved
it?
money.
When you redo the bond.
Refinance.
Refunding. When you refunded the bond, you had $2 or $3 million that generated. So in other words, it was a $10 million bond. You paid it down to 7 or 8 million. You refunded it, went back to 10 million, so you had a couple of $1 million that you got there. And we did that at 1%, 1.3%. Now, if you do it, it's gonna be 4 or 5%.
I think you'd have to see, get
Not a
it
good
back
idea.
down closer to 2%, make it where you would even want to consider it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, make it a good business decision.
So I didn't formally do anything, I just talked to the clerk about it, and that was as far as I got with just the percentage. Certainly something if you all want us to do more investigating, and we can, but,
Money's too high.
I understood that we have to get rid of this.
so two different things. So he's talking about if you reissued and, got it back up to 10 million.
Up to 10.
But on the other, we're trying our best to, because there were some projects that literally couldn't be done. So it's our understanding that if we get the Rhett's working on this in the background, get an engineer's opinion and something else, we could extend by some amount of time. So we're trying to spend it if we can. And those projects that absolutely cannot be spent by September, we're working on a request for an extension. Which was it included in that? I think we thought we were gonna spend his and.
Poplar Springs Road should be.
Branch.
We got Spanish Trail.
Correct.
I think we were gonna be real close on yours.
Yeah, cause I think
Gotta
we
be
got
spent
about,
by September?
Unless we get an extension.
But we're working on
Get an
extensions where we can't get it spent.
Well, I can tell you, Poplar Springs Road get an extension. It won't be done.
Well,
I did want to update you all on the brush cutting. So y'all authorized the other day to spend up to 14,000.
Right.
And so after discussing that a little further, Rhett's of the opinion that we would be better spent utilizing that funding to authorize some overtime, because he doesn't think we'll even get a company to mobilize for that amount. So if that's okay with the board, kind of asking for y'all's blessing to authorize and maybe even encourage the overtime instead of, well, I don't even think we'll get them here. So, I mean, I say instead of, he just really doesn't think they'll respond for that amount.
Well, the problem we've got, people they're in use or lose. So, get them to work overtime is probably gonna be difficult.
You talking about?
He is still reaching out to the companies. He was gonna go ahead and say, if we did this. So I mean, we didn't just not do that. He is finding out some info on that.
Brush cutting.
At one time, mass cutting,
250,000?
No, just the $14,000.
we authorized them to 14,900.
We could do that without having to go out to bid, so we could spend those
So
dollars.
we were gonna just
quickly.
get 3 quotes and get someone to do something before the end of this budget year. And he is still reaching out for the 3 quotes, but he just will be surprised if they take us up on that, that's what I'm saying.
When's the quotes due? Don't know, pretty quickly.
But I think he was trying to get something this week. He reached out last week, best I know.
Well, I'm wondering about the 250,000 one-time cutting. That's a lot of money to get it cut for one time, when we got
So
brush cutter.
the thought process behind Road and Bridge was, it got so out of control because we had a period of time, well, you know better than anyone, where we didn't have the equipment, or the equipment was broke. The hurricane, all these factors contributed to it just really getting behind. So they believed that if they could get just the paved roads, cut one mass trimming, that they could maintain it. It's the catching up because they got so far behind. I mean, and that, I can't prove
And,
that
and
to y'all. it's just
are you
they-
saying that the 250 is maybe not more than what it will take to do? Because that's supposed to be pretty much all of the paved roads countywide. I mean, that's kind of what
Well,
that
I can
figure's
tell
based
you
on.
How far that'll take us, hold on.
That was their idea, I thought.
Based on what,
I would
$3,000
think,
a mile or something?
I think that would be pretty fair or cheap if you did all the county roads,
Yeah,
all paved road. I mean, that's a
Paved
lot of
road.
cutting now.
yeah, there's a lot of cutting.
How many miles?
And they
Paved
furnish
road
them
we
equipment
have.
too.
Yeah,
But does every one of them,
Huh?
does all of them need?
yeah, I would say so. I mean, I don't, there's, other than the ones that just got cut in my district, which is not very few, they all need it right now.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Everything's growing so quick.
Uh,
No, but that's a lot of money we could do something with.
I don't know that 250 would cut every paved road, but every paved road doesn't need it, not every one of them.
No.
And every one of them doesn't need it the whole length of the road. So. But that is their proposal to try to get a handle on the situation.
So, I mean, are you saying you think $250,000 is more than what's necessary?
No, sure, I'm saying
No.
250,000 will not cut over 500 miles of.
No,
So you might go down the road a mile, but then to get to where you need to cut some, they're gonna have to travel that mile. Anyway, you know, I know they ain't cutting, but they can't just say, well, we'll leave this road alone, go over here, cause they spots on every road.
Gonna have hot spots here and there, all along that road.
So, Donnie, are you proposing we spend 250,000 buying like a giraffe or something else? That like the power companies use,
I think we can look at it, or either maybe getting.
or getting two of them? I don't know if you can get two for 250 or not.
Well, then you gotta have somebody to run them and all that. I'm just saying, that's a lot of money to spend on cutting limbs on the paved roads when we got other things we need to use.
So in my observation, the two things that I get the most complaints on, either from y'all or from citizens, is grading of roads and brush cutting. Well, brush cutting, you can get, I'm just telling y'all, we buy the equipment, we have bought the equipment. We are no better off. And I don't know if that's a lack of people to run it, I don't
See,
know if
and that's what we're running into. That's why I found 7 on the board we're running into. You know, you're paying a man to operate a piece of equipment, but the equipment stays down half the time in operational. You know,
and I don't know if it's that they're off.
Part of that's
Holidays and
training.
weekends and leave, and I don't know.
Well,
The equipment has not solved it, that's all I'm saying.
right, and my thing is this, you know, it may cost us a little more money up front, but service-wise, but I think we'd be money ahead, you know, for us hidden costs like equipment repairs, equipment repairs, paying that operator to run that equipment, insurance, and this and that. Let professionals do what they do. Come here and clean it up, and we may not need another man cutting maybe for another 4 or 5 years, you know?
Well, the other option is we budget the 250, but we authorize we do like a task work order for less than that to try it out. And we see, you know, how did it go? Did we feel like it really, you could tell a difference? But what I see right now is they cut and they cut and they cut and they cut, but I never hear how great, like, oh, we could tell such and such was cut. It's always complaints that it's not being cut.
The complaints that I get also are also to do with brush cutting, and then what happens, what remains after they come down and cut the road. They've left all the trimmings on the roadway and they're not being pushed off and not being picked up.
And see, that's like that. Let's not have enough manpower to do the job.
you gotta send that motor grader in there to grade the road right behind them.
Yeah, but then
We're talking about highways.
we're talking about.
Well, I know what she's talking about, but what I'm saying is they're talking about our dirt roads and
No,
stuff. that they're
I'm talking about the
roads in general.
On the paved
Yeah,
roads.
they road-
Lord, I haven't had time to get to paved roads yet.
On dirt road.
I tell you, we did Basswood Road. They went down with the mower max and cut it. And they took the old New Holland and
Bush
hogged it,
Bush hogged it.
and it looked fine.
That's what they're doing, I'm just.
But, yeah. Unfortunately for me, that New Holland has probably run about 6 months since I've been on the board. Rest of the time it's in the shop. It's down again. Yeah. Piece of junk.
I've got to leave in about 15 minutes. If at all possible.
Well, when he leaves, I'll make a couple of motions.
No, because I'm gonna adjourn the meeting.
Well, And I don't know that y'all have to make a decision really on any of this until Thursday.
Are we in agreement to move to not purchase the semi truck and move those dollars into discretionary fund? I mean, is that?
That's my thinking, unless
There's some
Jeffrey
question
can come
about
in here
the
and
need for it.
convince me otherwise.
There's not a whole lot of dollars, but, I mean, I'm hearing some consensus.
Might let, Jeffrey come in and see how much he really
Yeah.
needs. I mean, we talked about that and before we
He's,
make the
he's
final
got, like I
decision.
say, in addition to, not in addition to that, but I mean, his amount that's being spent on road and bridge is
He's
fairly
getting a lot of
significant.
stuff.
What is it, 1.5 with that. So, getting dump trucks and.
What about this here?
And, Paul, I know you got to go, but I wanna touch on one other thing for our potholes, you know. It seemed like to me, we'll end up patching the same potholes over and over and over again. And I don't know, is it because we're not using the right material or not, don't have the expertise to do it correctly or what? What is the major issue? I don't know.
I think they need to get one of those machines that heats it. Put it down and heats it up and bonds it all together.
I think potholes are,
Potholes.
they're problematic because once that barrier of that paving's been broken, you never can get it just right. I mean, it's the only way to actually correct it long term is to repave the whole road.
Well, that's what I'm talking, they make machines that will go in there and they kind of heat it up and blend it. You put the asphalt down, but it blends it back in and melts it together. And it's not laying on top.
Right.
All right. First rain come up and wash it out.
Biggest thing is wrong with the potholes is the road is worn out.
It's jeopardized.
Yeah,
I mean, it's already.
Needs, that's roads that need to be filed and try to get some help from the state to repave it.
Yep. I mean, once a road reaches the condition where it's starting to develop potholes.
They may fix this one, but there's gonna be a pothole over here and that. But I haven't had a lot of problem with the material they put in. I've seen it hold up pretty good on one they done on mine, but it just comes up another pothole somewhere else.
The 31st, what's this?
That's something the ARPC is doing, because they're doing our comprehensive plan update. This is something to hear from the public. But we're letting you all know about it. If you'd like to attend, you're welcome, but this is just a workshop they're holding to get any feedback from the public.
So Thursday, when we come back Thursday, that's when we'll come back. We're gonna be expected to adopt the tentative millage rate. And, I kind of, I would love to be able to adopt a tentative millage rate at the rollback rate. I just don't think it's really feasible at this point in time, even though that we're gonna feel some political ramifications for it having anything otherwise having to be advertised as a tax increase. I think a lot of people are educated now that they understand it's really not, even though it's being advertised as a tax increase, we're not increasing the millage rate. And,
Well, maybe you can do a press release.
we can do a press, and we did that last year, I think. Did we, William?
Explain
To try to explain that.
everything and put something on the website.
I think that would, it's a wonderful idea. But we need to do that, but as I look at it, I'm prepared to hear a motion to keep it the same as what it was, 7.945. To me, that seems to be the most, judicious way of approaching it.
There's a motion now.
We can't do it now. We'll have to do that Thursday.
Yeah, I just don't see us, you know, based on the budget. It's already built on the budget, and I don't think see us reverting back, you know, I just can't see how we make it, we couldn't make it.
Okay. Well, then, anything else we need to discuss while we're here? Sarah? Lindsay? Okay, very good. Anything else from any of the other commissioners, Clay? All right, very good. Adjourn this budget hearing.